This is such a good edit.
Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, god damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. What's going on, everybody? For so many years. Everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon for you, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny, not so sunny actually. As a matter of fact, very gray, very cloudy, very cold and windy California, Los Angeles, in the midst of a potential Category 1, maybe Category 2, maybe Category 3. Why not Category 4? Hurricane! I'm live and alive, and I got the Tim Pool beanie look on lock. And I hope today is going to be a wonderful day for every single person here. Because it's Tuesday, Snooze Day, Tuesday. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Kaya did not fly away, as predicted yesterday. I took her out. It was windy. She's too fat. That's right. I tried. And we tested the 80-mile winds against her fat ass, and she was planted. Okay, she was planted firmly on the ground. She's not fat. Yes, she is. She's a fatty. Okay, so this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. Jack Smith is prohibited from releasing the January 6th report. Oh no, dude, it was gonna be the one, dude. It was gonna be the one. That was it. This is the moment where Donald Trump is no longer the president, and all of a sudden they done did it again. The Teflon Don, he's alive and well. Kara Swisher floating, buying the WAPO from Bezos. You don't got it like that. Get out of here, little bro. Isn't that like a podcaster? Kara Swisher is talking about buying Washington Post. What is she, a Twitch streamer audience? Is that what it is? Like, is she one of the chatters in here who will be like, dude, why don't you buy the Washington Post? Yes, Jean-Marie Le Pen is dead. That's a celebration as well. Yes, another dead Nazi. It's awesome. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But let me tell you, personal news-wise, there is virtually nothing going on in my life. There's nothing going on in the world. We're gonna talk about the Trump press conference, who has lost his mind. Did you see the Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman trailers? Yes, I have, for Marvel Rivals. Hey, do you know how I can get involved with OOB or Critters for Peas? I don't know. OOB. What is what? Haas, you sound sad today? I'm not. I'm just tired. And I'll tell you why. I didn't really do anything. I didn't really do much, but I did one thing. I finished Squid Games. And or at least like the first the first half of Squid Games, the first 7 episodes, and it cooked me because I wrote about this in the Discord as well. I wrote about this in the Discord, but I'm old. I'm officially old. And what I mean by that is you guys know I'm officially old. You've known it. You've been telling me I'm old for like since I was 28 actually. But isn't season 1 9 episodes though? No need to split into 2 seasons either. Well, I watched it up to the available amount of episodes. But yeah, season 2 is nowhere near as good, but it's so, it just gives me so much agita. It gives me so much agita, chat. I get heartburn watching it. I get nervous watching it. You know? Where I'm just like, I know in my mind that they're going to make it. But it's just, I don't like it. Alpha repeater.
You're an American dream.
Yeah, I'm wearing the same outfit. It's so basic. It's a black turtleneck with a black jacket. Calm down. Calm down. Also, I have a beanie. It's different. It's actually different because I have a beanie. Does your mom watch TikToks like this too? I don't know what this is. Okay, hold on. I'm not looking at that. That's AI. The Drudge Report headline on Elon Musk is taking me out. Dude. This is the link that the chatter sent me. Just like a sexy lady cosplay of X-Men. That's crazy. That's a crazy, man. That sure is a crazy headline from the Drudge Report. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, Rogue. I don't know. Yeah, watching Squid Games gives me anxiety, dude. And I can't sleep. And I was up till like
6 foot.
What is this? I was up till like 3 last night. Because I just couldn't go to sleep after watching Squid Games, which I can't tell if that means I'm childish or if that means I'm old. It's crazy though. Shouldn't have happened. What is this?
220, this absolute unit is making his Creator League debut.
Oh.
No matter where you stand, this brother is fair and balanced.
Yeah.
Give it up for HasanAbi!
So your shoulder, nigga. She get real.
Whoa.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa. Bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, start letting shit go. And I heard that she wanna show, me who she be, I'm kinda fucking with it, show me some more. Bitch, we tatted head to toe, could give a fuck the story wrote. You wanna tweak it up with me, and I'ma show you how that go. Like the money in my pockets blow, they having combos about me, these pussy niggas don't know. Tell me what they talking about. I ain't fucking.
Yo, where's my 3? Where's my 3? Put that 3 up there. Put that 3 bomb up there. Hey, there it is. Okay. 2006 voicemail ass beat. Yo, chill. I was scared to start because people were dunking on it, but it's actually really good. I feel like the people who shit talked it are the same ones that were saying season 2 better not be a carbon copy of season 1. I mean, it's never going to be as good as season 1. Season 1 came at a time when we needed it the most. Revolutionary fervor was at an all-time high. You know? Wasn't Squid Game 1 like... Didn't it happen during COVID too? I don't even know. What is time? Time is a made up construct. I don't even know what time is, honestly. But I feel like Squid Game 1 was pretty decent, even though I didn't like the ending. The ending was a little cheese. And then season 2 is fine. It's not like, it's not as good as season 1. It's okay. Anyway, Yeah, I woke up early, took Kaya to the park. We had a little walkie poo. And then I played some basketball, but the problem is it was too windy. The conditions did not permit me to ball my freaking face off. And also, I'm already pretty tired. And I genuinely thought I was close. I was this close to not streaming on a Tuesday. And I was like, I got to do it. I can't do that. I can't do that. What is this? Homeowners Association? And then in the interest of being spontaneous, I did something that's truly unique. This morning I had matcha. Drink a coffee? I will in a second. Not yet. So yeah. Go take a day off, girl. Not a Tuesday. It's not going to be a Tuesday. I'm not taking a day off in the midst of a Tuesday. A Newsday Tuesday. Put it in lemonade. It will change your life. Corso, we read the ProPublica article about the guy who the mole that went into the militia. So yeah. I'm already there. Did you see the Arcane sequel trailer? Wait, what? No way. There's an Arcane. What do you mean Arcane sequel? Welcome to Noxus?
This is where the strong gather.
This says 2025 season 1 cinematic. What?
It seeks the fearless and defiant, calling them here to answer one simple question. Are you strong enough? You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor on your chest. What's left inside?
You aren't working with Operation Olive Branch, correct? They've been called out for reporting former volunteers to the FBI. Just letting you know I'm done. Yeah, no, I've been the one who's been not only volunteering for Operation Olive Branch, but I've been the one who's been reporting people to the FBI. It's me. Yeah. Sorry. Some people, they annoy me. Okay? And if you annoy me, you're gonna get reported to the FBI. No apologies necessary, okay? That's how it is. Sorry. Don't piss me off. And then the FBI won't come knocking down your door. You know what I'm saying? Fair is fair, you know? Susie, if I were in your shoes, I'd be watchful. Okay? Because you might be the next victim. You might be the next person I call up the FBI on and say, moshi moshi. Arigatou gozaimasu. Susie McDoozy. Doku desu ka? I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, I'm delirious. Okay. It's going to be a weird one. This is going to be a weird day today. Let me just blast off first. Mark Zuck moves right, tackling censorship. Trump makes absolutely insane promises. You said you like raw dog? What? Operation Olive Branch, like the Turkish invasion of Syria? Yeah, I was involved in that one as well. I was involved in both Operation Olive Branches. Both invading Syria peacefully and taken over the northern Syrian corridor and clearing out the ethnically Kurdish villages. And also I was involved in the other Operation Olive Branch, where I wasn't even trying to get the GoFundMe's going for the Palestinian people. I was just straight up. I was just straight up there to arrest people because I'm a part of the FBI. I'm a busy boy. Y'all think like, oh, dude, Hasan, you stream 10 hours a day. How can you do it? I do it while I'm on stream. Yeah. I put Dana White on the meta chair. Where was I? Mark Zuck moves right. Tackling censorship. Trump makes absolutely insane promises. And more. Yikes, we're already getting cooked by the wind. It's windy as hell out here, man. It's not good. Oh my God, there's already a fire. What the hell is going on? What the hell? What the hell is going on? The Palisades fire is absolutely exploding in West LA and is quickly moving towards homes in Pacific Palisades. Has all the looks of a potential wildland urban interface fire disaster. Evacuate if you're in danger. If you are in danger, and follow all evacuation orders from local officials. There was one in WeHo too. Wait, I'm on fire? What the hell? I mean, I might. I don't think I'm on fire, bro. I haven't even heard any like choo-choo fire trucks passing by. You know what I'm saying? Does anyone have a blast off meme or not? No, I'm just gonna use this one. Never mind. All right, let's go. Let's blast off. We blasted off. You're surrounded by fires though. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's always a fire. There's always a fire happening in Los Angeles, but hopefully it doesn't impact anybody, really. Hopefully it doesn't kill anyone. Oh no. This is a funny blast off meme, but January 6, 2021, 250,000 viewers. January 6, 2026, I have fallen off a tenth of that viewership watching Emilio, what was it? Chavez? New Hope.
The year is 2050. They're remaking Pokemon Red for the 7th time. Now it is called Pokemon Communist China Red. Professor Oak is now Professor Woke. Pallet Town is now Pronoun Town. Cerulean City.
Wait, what? I can't tell if this person. I can't. Are people like this being for real, or are they just like making fun of right-wing content creators that just say stupid stuff? I think she's joking, right? There ain't no way. Don't say 127, chat. Right-wingers low-key are like that sometimes, okay?
City is now Slayrulean City. Bulbasaur is now Homosaur. Pikachu is now Polychew. The Elite Four are now the Liberal Elite Four. Charmander is now Charman I'm with her. The Squirtle Squad is now the Squirtle Squad. Jesse and James have finally come out as a T4T transgender couple.
Oh, okay, that's how you know. That's how you know this. That's how you know. There is no way. No transphobic people know everything about trans tech, like all the latest and greatest, but no transphobic person is ever gonna say T for T. You know what I mean? She is trans. Yeah. That's like.
for T-transgender couple. Now, instead of asking if you're a boy or a girl when you start the game, they have 46 different gender options for you to choose from. And guess what? People are still mad for not having enough options. Before battling with you, trainers ask for your affirmative consent. Even having 2 Pokemon battle is way too much of an animal rights violation. Now they come out of the Pokeball and discuss theory and marks. But do you want to know the scariest part? Yeah, this game doesn't come out in 2050. This game comes out next year.
That was so good. Doesn't she work for Anthony Padilla, Smosh? I think so. Yeah. The office HasanAbi has got taken down by human resources. Do you remember that TikTok? Wait, which one? Update. Boss was not upset. She thought the TikTok was funny, but the picture has been replaced for HR purposes. Wait, what was the picture? Whose selfie are you cropping? Pretty sure it's a picture of one of the Phase boys. I don't know. It was on my timeline and I thought he looked nice. Damn, Arky got the cut. Listen. RTX 5090 is a meme GPU. They ruined it with AI. Excuse me, how dare you say that? AI is going to be so much better. I think we should just we don't even need graphics anymore. Let's just make the AI guess what the graphics are going to look like. Why are devs even hiring people to actually why are devs hiring coders? Why are developers hiring people that are illustrators, artists, and whatnot? Oh, this is the TikTok that you posted that got you fired? That's hilarious. No. DLSS is not generative AI. Nah, dude, we should do generative AI. I want every Black Myth Wukong game to look very different from one another. Hasan, please cover this. They're Maha people selling fog kits because they think fog is infecting them. Please. Wait, what?
Guys, we're...
No. Dude, we are not ready for social media. We have not been ready for social media. This is crazy. Wait, hold on. Let me watch this Black Myth Wukong thing first. And then we'll look at the fog kids. Yo, that's awesome. You're watching a 60 FPS YouTube video with a bitrate of probably 8,000. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, we're looking at the number of the frames on the top right corner. Guess what, chatter? My eyes can still see that one, the RTX is on. And my eyes can see on the top right corner how many frames there are. Okay. And let me tell you, the number of frames that are on there, it's a big number. It's a far larger number than I'm used to seeing. Let me tell you, okay? And for all intents and purposes, big number means better experience. Now, I know that there's going to be a lot of people who say, excuse me, the human eye is only capable of seeing 35 frames. Maybe for you, I'm different. My eyes are capable of seeing 1,000 frames per second. Yeah. The AI needs to catch up to where I'm at. Skill issue. Skill issue, I say I'm built different. You are not. You are built the same. Not the same as me, though, because then you would have also been able to see 1,000 frames per second. Okay. 1,000 is actually the real number, Lamau, like for real. Okay, then I'm doing 2,000. Our eyes do be 1,000 hertz. Okay, 2,000 then for me. 2,000. This shit runs 30 FPS without frame gen on PS5, Lamau. Watch the yearly League cinematic. It's not officially a trailer for the next Arcane, but it has Arcane characters. It's animated by the same studio. It's basically a teaser trailer. Yeah, 1,000 per eye. Did I say 1,000 frame rates? Did I say 1,000 frames per second? I meant 1,000 frame per eye per second. I close it. Okay, now I'm at now I'm at 1,000. I close both, 0. I open up both, 2,000. And unlike you mere mortals, I have the capacity to downgrade. Watch this. Click 480p. Okay? That's right. Do you have the capacity to downgrade? You don't. Sometimes I'm seeing too much. I say I've seen enough. Click. Okay? Boom. Put it back up. 4K vision, baby. You know what I mean? It's important to be able to downscale at times. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand the importance of being able to downscale your vision. People think, no, I have to see everything at all times. Sometimes there's things worth not seeing. Okay, there's a TikTok about HOA properties, home ownership association properties that I want to see, and then I'll look at the League of Legends video.
Look at this shit, y'all. $350 to $400,000. All this new construction shit ain't no good. 5 years down the road, house falling apart. 2 years down the road, you got foundation problems already. 0.5 acres, y'all. $350 to $400,000. Stop buying this HOA shit. Put HOA out of business. If you gonna spend that much money on the property, y'all, shouldn't nobody be able to tell you how many cars you can have in your yard, how your yard needs to be.
Hearing the helicopter in the background is giving Russ PTSD.
Understand me? Your shit hard enough and fart loud enough, your next door neighbor gonna smell it, and then they call it HOA on you. Then HOA gonna get together and try to put you out your own goddamn house. Make you sell your own goddamn house that you paid all this money for. Understand me? You can't have no big family gathering.
That's a jackhammer. It doesn't matter. It sounds like a Russ helicopter.
Everybody parking down the street and shit. HOA gonna want to put you out. You know what I'm saying? Stop that shit, y'all, man. We ain't finna be supporting that shit, man. 2025, we stopping this shit, bro. Y'all cut off HOA and all that bullshit, man. Then they want to charge you a fee to be a part of the shit. So you got to be forced to be in the fucking thing. Stop buying these new construction houses. They even got a little blower. Look, he even got a little blower to blow the damn fire. You can't even get to a big blower. You got to get the little bitty one. Let me show you how this backyard, bro. Walk out the door. Let me show you how the backyard. Ain't no damn backyard. Ain't even no damn. This son bitch ain't even got a backyard over here. Y'all paying $350,000 for shit like this. No backyard. Come here. No backyard. Look. No feet. Look. Look at this shit, y'all. Come around the side of the house. Look. House damn house. Let me show y'all something. Come on. Let me show y'all something. Y'all know I ain't tall.
I'm confused because like he's describing the house he's showing. He said $350,000. The house he's showing is my house in Los Angeles. Like, that's crazy. What part of the United States of America where that house is $350,000?
Y'all know I ain't tall at all. I can lay down on the ground, put my hand on the wall, and I'm down there touching that fucking house. I'm down there. Look how close this shit is. Y'all want to live in some shit like this? You a damn. Look at this.
Are you worried about the fire in LA because of how windy it is? I'm in Santa Monica and I'm kind of scared. Not really, because you know, I've been living here for years at this point. I've been living in LA for like 10 years. Yeah. No, I've been living. Oh my God. I've been living in LA for 12 years. God damn. I have lived in Los Angeles for 12 years at this point. It happens, you know? It's just a little fire. You sound like you're from South Carolina. Source, I'm from here. 350K is 1-bedroom condo down here in San Diego. I'm in Long Beach and there's not one gust of wind. Oh no, it's windy out here. It is windy as hell out here. I'm telling you, chat, I took Kaya out to the park to test it, to see if she would fly away. She almost flew away. I'm telling you. Two trees fell on my street in Hollywood. I mean, that's normal. Yeah. It's windy. It's so windy that she almost flew away. It's just that she's so fat. She's so fat that it didn't work. You know what I mean? Look at her. Look how fat she is. Clay, are you fat? You've been in LA for too long. It's time for you to move to San Diego. Yeah, no, I'm good, man. Thanks, though. I'm in Ventura. This shit is so windy. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch the League of Legends video. I can't believe I'm watching League of Legends right now. That's crazy.
Noxus is where the strong gather. It seeks the fearless and defiant, calling them here to answer one simple question. Are you strong enough? You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade till you bleed. If it washes away, take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, bright as your dogs are closing in.
The thing I don't understand about League of Legends is that, like, I feel like there's so many different, like, races and stuff. And there's never any discussion of, like, how these races materialized or how they cooperate with one another, at least in Arcane so far. I'm like when you watch Lord of the Rings, you're like, all right, that's an orc. Goblins and orcs merge together, create the Uruk-hai. You got the tree people and stuff. Whereas, like, in Arcane, like, I have no idea. There's, like, they're in the city, and then there's like a sexy fish man that everyone was thirsting over on TikTok, and I'm like, how did this happen? Like, why is the fish man there? You know? There's lore. Watch Necrit videos on YouTube, kind of fun.
I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
Oh God, the music is so cringe. I'm sorry. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Beautiful music. The music is always like anxiety riddled teenager focused music for millennials, weirdly enough. By the way, goblins and orcs are the same race in Lord. It's just a difference in terminology. Yeah, and they come from elves, right? They're all elves originally. Yeah, people joke about like butt rock or, you know, a Ford F-150 pickup commercial music, but this is the same vibes wise, a chatter said it. I'm repeating it, and you're correct. Vibes wise, this is the Ford F-150 pickup truck commercial music, but for like millennial ladies, I think, and like Zoomers with angst. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. It's so sick though. I don't care. Get his ass. Get his ass. Eat him. Kiss him in the face. Does he rip it off? Rip it off. When did they start kissing? Dude, they're kissing so much in the show. They kiss so much, dude. And also, the moments where they're not kissing, they're still spiritually kissing. Like J-Vic. Like they literally do kiss. It's crazy. Every part of the show is just relationships. J-Vic is delusion. Okay. This is the most like intentionally / unintentionally bisexual production I've ever watched in my entire life. HasanAbi vindicated. Zoom out. What? This is the odd. Sometimes you don't need to tie these two things together. You know what I mean? You don't need to tie Fox 1 sports drama with League of Legends / Arcane. Okay, we missed this. Sorry. Here. Do you think she likes it when the bite mark cuts through the skin? Because I couldn't tell. I don't know. His instructions unclear. Yeah, also this is the real meta. If you want to know the real politics, because like people say, oh, Arcane had like good anti-fascist agitated propaganda on season 1, and then on season 2 they just like dropped it aside, and it's like, no, dude, this is what it is about. Season 2, this is what they wanted to. Arcane and the dangers of Snow Bunny mind control. This is what season 2 brought us as far as political discourse. This is just the other. This is the other spectrum of angsty millennials denying from gay Broadway. I'm not gonna lie. This is turning into a yo voy a votar por Donald Trump type situation for me, where I initially started, making fun of it. And now I'm kind of digging it. I'm kind of rocking with it. Like, I apologize, but now I understand why it deserves an Oscar. It's kind of peak. It's kind of peak Kino, okay? This is like every aspect of this sequence is designed to max out the cringe. I want to apologize once again. To my La Raza audience members out here. Okay. I've done it. I've done it to you. I am now adding on to the pain that Mexico is experiencing by playing the song, but also enjoying the song as well. Okay. Please just stop playing the song. No. I'm just saying, this is... I mean, think about it.
I see.
Man to woman, woman to man, man to woman, from penis to vagina. From penis to vagina. Like, come on, dude. That goes hard, dude. That's like, it's so simple. That's just how it's done, Man to woman, a woman to man, from penis to vagina. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Why does it go so hard? They didn't need to do it like that. All right. Now, let's get to some real news stories. Obviously, we're going to talk about Jean-Marie Le Pen, French far-right leader known for fiery rhetoric against immigration, dies at 96. I feel like this inbred Nazi didn't just have some le fiery rhetoric against immigration and a lot more, but, cool title. They could never just be like, yo, this Nazi died. But having said that, that's not what we're going to cover yet. We are going to cover the fog. Okay? We're going to cover the fog. Now, a lot of you have been asking me, Hasan, what's up with this fog? And Cutie Cinderella thinks that the fog is not just a regular old fog. The fog, as a matter of fact, did Themacia send a playlist, by the way, chat? The fog actually is smart dust. Okay? It's smart dust. And what are people doing about the smart dust? Well, they're dealing with it. Here, let's take a look.
2 days into the new year, and we already have wellness influencers selling detoxes for the fog. If you're thinking, Mallory, what's the fog? I'm about to tell you.
Okay, Mallory, I feel like you're going to be a little bit undermining of the real fog issue, the crisis.
And you are going to regret asking. So in various locations around America and in Europe, there is a lot of fog. And folks online are reporting that after coming into contact with
Fogwid 24, conspiracy theories about the fog across certain states engulf social media.
this fog, they are experiencing mysterious illnesses, flu-like symptoms, and in true conspiratorial fashion, this has led folks to believe that this is not regular fog. This is in fact what they have labeled Fogvid 24. And as you can read down here, many are theorizing that the fog is actually a chemical attack, a bioweapon testing, and of course, aliens. I swear wellness influencers or like...
I'm not kidding. It just all... I know we talk about peasant brain, but I think in many instances it's also about like Americans being so incredibly like they just think they're so important. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Americans love being the main character of their story in a way that I don't think other cultures exhibit this kind of tendency, this kind of like hyper individualism. because we often talk about like the lack of education, ready availability of homeschooling, the fact that it's not illegal, and how public education has been gutted, right? But I think there's something on top of that that causes people to engage in this kind of irrational conspiracy theory, because like there are places on this planet right now that are absolutely gutted and destroyed by colonialism, by empire, right? By the crimes of empire. I don't think dudes living in the Congo, for example, right, that work in one of these mines are going home and constantly thinking about like, you know, there's alien drone warfare happening in my neighborhood. Like it's a very, and it's not like those guys have, you know, it's not because like they have the educational standards or anything like that. They've been ravaged, right? The reason why Americans, I think, behave this way is not just because of the lack of education. It's because of American exceptionalism and American individualism, you know, where they just think like, no, the world of course revolves around me. Are you kidding me? Yes, I live in Terre Haute, Indiana. Yes, this area is famous for having a supermax prison facility and nothing else, except now there's smart dust in my neighborhood. They want to kill me with the smart dust. And it's like, no, they don't. No, they don't. They don't want to kill you. Okay. You live like, who is they? And why would they kill you? Why would they kill you? Why?
2 more boards? Yeah.
Do you think fog is a conspiracy? Do I think fog is a conspiracy?
She's going to hide the truth. She's going to hide the truth. Watch. Typical bicoastal elitist. She's going to undermine the truth by saying, fog is a conspiracy. Oh, it's just fog.
Fog is a conspiracy.
And what are they doing in the fog?
Yeah, these guys simply don't understand. What are they doing in the fog? They're killing Americans, okay? They're making them woke and gay. And also, that's the reason why my wife left me. And they took the kids because of the fog. Deborah would never do such a thing. Even though I spent most of my days working a boring ass job that I absolutely despise, only to come home later at night to just engage in the most vigorous masturbation session before getting absolutely destroyed in a game of League of Legends, and then taking out all my anxieties and frustrations on my wife and never taking care of the kids. That's not the reason why she left. She left because of the fog. She left because of the smart dust. God damn. Otherwise, I would have to take accountability over my own actions, and that's not good. That's not a good thing at all.
What do you mean by that? Like, it's not real? I keep seeing that shit everywhere. Dude, if you're seeing fog is a conspiracy everywhere on your socials, you're cooked. That's the pipeline, baby. You gotta reset. Guys, this is the last one on this side. Slay.
All right. Well, she moves on from it. She said that's the pipeline and you're cooked, because she's obviously a liberal cat lady. Okay. Liberal cat lady. Hello. She literally has numerous animals. Okay. She's such a cat lady. She's moved on. She's elevated from cats to sheep, goats, birds, otters, ferrets. Come on. Duh. This is the future JD Vance wanted to avoid. Of course, she's going to lie, ignore Hasan thirst talks, get fog TikToks instead. Oh my God, that's right. That's right. She's actually Cutie Cinderella. This is what you did to yourself. Okay. All of the HasanAbi thirst talks that you did not show support to as my friend. Okay. You should have done that, because you're supposed to be my friend. You're supposed to hit the the Thirst Talk videos with a like and support and be like, oh, that's cool. That's my podcast co-host. There goes my podcast co-host, right? Instead of doing that, guess what you did? You said, not interested. And then TikTok looked at that and went, what's the opposite of HasanAbi Thirst Talks? Fog conspiracy theories. Yeah. HasanAbi Thirst Talk daughter or Fog Talk son is the real question. And many of you have made the right choice. That's why you're here. But some of you also make the wrong choice and then are led astray. Anyway. All your female friends hate your thirst talks and all your male friends hype them up and have them ready to go. I know. Anyway, let's get back to this fog situation.
Like detox.
Fog situation is crazy.
Specialists must have almost broke both their ankles jumping on this. Here is just one, and of course, if you have any questions about what she has listed about what to do, you can comment detox on the post to learn more from her. Also, don't miss this part. She talks about towers in Florida. I'm assuming she's talking about 5G towers, and of course, we're all packed full of heavy metals, and that basically makes each one of us a mini.
It's so cool that they just like add on new conspiracy theories onto the previous conspiracy theories. Even though every single one gets debunked, they just don't hear it. They go, la, 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 can't hear you. And then they just like add on to it. And it's basically this massive tower of conspiracy by the end of the day, by the end of the year. You know, it's amazing. Yeah, they're lore crafting. It's cool. It's cool. Like they went 5G coronavirus towers and then coronavirus was fake. The vaccine makes you autistic and gay and also makes you have involuntary muscle spasms, involuntarily spasming onto some penis because you're gay now, and also now the fog, and it's all nanomachines. Yeah, and the only solution is this disgusting moss-colored drink I made. You have to buy it on the TikTok shop. It's not FDA approved. Because we obviously hate the FDA. More like FD gay. They also want to make you gay. Turns out everyone is trying to make me eat penis. Why is this? I'm fighting against the urge every day of eating penis, okay? Because I drink my green gunk.
Tower, and this fog may contain particles that help the signal move, which of course means that we will all become depressed, angry, fearful, or doubtful of God and the promise of health, wealth, and abundance, except if you buy her detox. There's also this next wellness influencer who sets the entire stage for what the fog is, why you should be afraid of it, and why you should buy her detox.
Has anyone else noticed the insane fog that we've been experiencing lately? Or has anyone else been sick leading up to Christmas, sore muscles, sore...
Famously, when there's a lot of travel happening in the holiday season and people are congregating, slammed into areas with terrible HVAC practices and also no masking whatsoever in public spaces where people are sick, there is a thing called flu season that happens. You're just describing flu season, like getting sick during the holidays. I feel like that's a very common meta, you know? Like imagine looking at the most normal process
throat, flu-like
and being like, excuse me, it's obviously not the flu because that would require me to take it seriously and take precautions if I was feeling a little bit under the weather. And that would cause me to re-examine everything. And I'm not going to do that. It must be because I'm a very special gal. I'm a very special gal living in one of these like boring, banal, gray, cookie cutter starter home, homeowners association neighborhoods where the walls are paper thin. And guess what? the Chi-Coms, Chinese Communist Party, wanted to destroy that neighborhood specifically to get to me. It's the fog. They tried getting to me with the drones, and then now they're trying to get to me with the fog.
Sore throat, flu-like symptoms, anything like that? Or that the skies were looking a little bit funny leading up to Christmas as well?
What? None of those photos look funny. That's just the sky. You posted photos of the sky as planes are flying in the sky. You're chemtrails, brother. That's right.
So there's a new theory going around, FogVid 2024, explaining that the fog really...
Bro, these people will believe anything but COVID or the flu. At a certain point, you got to be like, damn, dude, like you're intentionally avoiding the truth. Okay? Like, what do you mean FogVid? What are you saying? You're so close. You're so close to it. You're like, nope. I chose to arrive at an entirely separate conclusion that is utterly devoid of material reality. I will never make a correct assessment. Do you understand me? It can't be the common flu. It must be nanomachines created through fog, which is not a direct consequence of just the weather patterns changing from hot to cold, but instead smart dust. This is a multi-trillion-dollar operation. And guess what? You know where they're using this multi-trillion-dollar operation? Lo and behold, my backyard. We don't even have a grocery chain that sells fresh produce in a 4-mile radius. But you know what we do have? Nanomachine fog. I live in a food desert. There is no public transit. I rarely ever go to third spaces because there's nowhere to congregate. There's nowhere to talk to other human beings. So I, basically fantasize about socializing with my fellow man by being online all the time and hallucinating. That's where I'm at, though, because I'm God's special child. Even though virtually everyone and everything has left me behind. You know who hasn't left me behind? Governments. Governments that are chasing me. Governments that want to kill me with nanomachines. Why are they doing that? I don't know, because I'm the most special boy that has ever existed. Duh.
It wasn't what we thought it was. Now, I don't know about you, but I know that they've been spraying us like bugs for years now, and I believe that this is just yet another experiment to test some sort of virus on us. There's a reason why my family and I did not get this fog vid and why we have not been sick in years. That is because terrain is everything. We detox ourselves every single day to remove any heavy metals or environmental pollutants that we are unwantedly exposed to and support the body in their removal.
The reason why neither myself nor my family got fog vid is not because we just made it up online. We just made it up and it's not a real thing. It's because of the vape juice that I drink. And you can also save yourself as well. With the vape juice that I inhale every day.
The world is getting scarier and scarier, and you need to have this in your back pocket to protect yourself.
Those tinctures that she just showed you, I have seen all over Instagram and TikTok for so long, but they have predominantly been sold as a parasite cleanse, except now they're also a fog detox. A lot of the narratives in the wellness industry shared by wellness influencers have and will continue to piggy off conspiratorial thinking. They're the perfect pair. They're the perfect marriage. They both lack nuance. They both...
RFK #1 fan and basketball terrorist Kyle Kuzma was also talking about the fog recently. Yeah, that's how you know it's like the dumbest narrative alive, okay? When Kyle Kuzma starts talking about it, that's when you know you can discard it in its entirety. Do you understand me? Basketball terrorist Kyle Kuzma. That's how you know. That's Donald Trump's strongest soldier. What's happening here?
Both speak in absolutes, both lean into this assumption of something nefarious, a group that you cannot trust. We are 2 days into 2025, and I am already asking myself, what the fuck?
Yeah, of course you're asking yourself what the fuck, because you don't want to know what the truth is. Anyway, speaking of society becoming deeply unwell, here is our next president. Only 13 more days until he's officially the president, okay? Just so you understand. He delivered an incredible press conference at Mar-a-Lago this morning. And let me tell you, okay, he is, oh boy, you are not ready. Or you're thinking like, oh, I'm ready. I've heard Trump say a bunch of crazy stuff. Let me tell you, you are not. He is, he's gearing up for some stuff, okay? You should keep a swear jar. Wait, what do you mean? Have I been cursing? I don't think I've been cursing. I've been pretty careful not to. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm never going to curse. I am going to curse. I'm going to curse. But not always.
Very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that the
second.
MAC will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election, I can tell you. A lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from $100 to $200 billion, and we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly, and some don't, and they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sun Belt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with AI. In particular, the first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in U.S. to a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, in Asia, Europe, and Middle East. And we're very, very excited now with his leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to U.S. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment. And we're planning to invest $20 billion and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man knows what he's doing. He knows. So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this for people with far less too, but we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. They were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years, and I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played, and much of it is...
Why is he not talking about the fog so far? He's talking about all this stuff, but like, why not the fog? What is he hiding? What is he hiding from us?
Is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to rage.
Can you please try to not say God's name in vain as well? Oh, that's a good one. Good one, chatter.
And interest rates are far too...
Yeah, okay. Let's dial it back a bit. Why don't we? Okay. Let's dial it back a little bit.
Too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people and that they voted for. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And
nobody even knows how many people we won the popular vote by. It's such a high number that scientists are still trying to figure it out. Nobody knows, though.
They're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. There are places where they're still counting votes. President Biden's actions yesterday on...
He's going to fix it. There's no need to count it ever again. That's why I laugh when people are like, well, since Trump is going to be a lame duck president because he's a one-term president, and I'm always thinking to myself, are you sure about that? I thought we weren't going to have a need for elections any longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a one and done type situation. It's a one-off. You know, we did it. I voted, as we all did, for Donald Trump. as I told you to do so by consistently playing Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump, and we all voted por Donald Trump, and now that's it, one and done. It's king time now. America must restore the monarchy.
Offshore drilling, banning.
Bro, you're so libbed up right now. What? Yeah, I am. I'm so libbed up, I've decided I'm voting for Donald Trump. That's the maximalist liberal position, is like
Offshore drilling will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill. And we're going to be drilling in a lot of other locations. And the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level. And that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam. All this money, trillions.
Yeah, it was crazy when we did the Green New scam. It was crazy. Remember when we did the Green New scam, dude? And hamburger was made illegal. Nandre was right. Yeah, never mind. This guy's anti-Semitic as hell. Told me he voted for Trump because he made his house cheaper. Disappointed in you. Hassan the Hun. Oh, freaking drink regular soda, man. It's because of the sparkling water rant.
Of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window, what they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now. They're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all, if it's certified under the Green New scam. And they don't work, and it's too expensive.
Oh, damn. That's a great one. I hate how he doesn't call it the Green New Steel. I think maybe there's a positive, too positive of an association with Green New Steel. Maybe that's why. Because it's like, oh, it's a steal, you know? Like, that could be positive. Like, oh, it's basically a steal. You might as well do it. That type of situation. That's why he's saying Green New Scam. Even though I do like Green New Steel. But I guess it's also kind of close to Stop the Steal. You don't want to confuse these guys, you know? They don't have a lot going on up there.
And, you know, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, you know, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But they're, even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many.
It's true.
I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague, and we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones, and the press made such a big deal out of him. But
it's true. He was deranged. He was so deranged, dude. My goat. He won. Teflon Don.
Nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything, and the people saw that. You know, when they vote. When a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world is
got him. I thought this was a press conference. Did you guys forget how Trump press conferences work? He just rambles on. Sorry. Question started at 31:10. At 23:58, he says he will change the name of Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that was amazing. This is how it works, chatters. You forgot he weaves for an hour, okay? He talks about how he won the election by numbers no one has ever seen before. Okay? He's got quants. They're using the Hadron Collider to do computational processes no one's ever seen before to find numbers that do not exist in the textbooks to figure out what the margins of victory look like for me. That's right. Quants. We're using AI to try to figure out the tremendous victory. They still haven't been able to count it. Is so tremendous.
Just watch that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former, very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with...
Mr. President, you said you defeated ISIS, and yet there was a ISIS-style attack on the first day of January. What's that about?
Israel, you took a look at that attack on October 7th, the attack on Israel, with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them.
Oh, my God. Did Biden bring back ISIS? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I figured it out. Brandon? Dark Brandon said, for my last trick, I'm bringing back ISIS. Oh, my God. Yusuf Al-Bidan. Yeah.
Outrageous. Leaving.
On his way back, he restored the Islamic Caliphate. I will undermine it.
Billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal, where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end. And we have a great military. I defeated ISIS. As you know, we're in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers there. Would have been gobbled up with two armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And we did a great job, and we're going to do an even better job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million acres, people can't realize, it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And that's our strength, you know. People can say we manufacture, we don't manufacture. The thing we have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. And we're going to have more of it, too. But they took away 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts. But if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you. Because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing.
What do you mean? First of all, I don't think Brandon has any control over anything. He barely has control over his own bowels, okay? Let alone like district court judges and the way that they're operating currently. That's number one. Number two, virtually every part of the legal battles that Donald Trump withstood and won, they're all packing it up. They're all packing it up. They're all like, yeah, my bad. Actually, we were wrong. We were wrong to come after you. My bad. It's all packed up. It's done. So, what is he still complaining about?
Nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place.
Yeah, also, this is a good point as well. Dude, I hate liberals so much. They go on and on about how they certified the election for him perfectly and how they followed the rules perfectly, expecting Republicans to acknowledge them. And here Trump is still saying that they're being corrupt. These losers will never learn. 100%. 100%. Like, liberals have been doing victory laps about how good they are, how good they are at certifying elections. Meanwhile, Trump is still over here being like, they're coming after me. We have to kill them. We have to kill all of them dead. I will put them in the machine. I will put them in the contraption. I will harm them.
As people were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect, because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy, with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people, because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it.
Wait, what do you mean? That was your judge. Yeah. Yeah. Brilliant judge in Florida because she's defending me.
And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They play the...
I appointed her into her position, and she has been playing ball. So, of course, she is brilliant. Best judge of all time.
Ref. They go and say horrible things about judges and prosecutors. And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for it. And
Yeah.
I don't know her.
Dude. I don't even know. What is her name? Cannon? I guess it's Cannon. I just said it. I don't know. I don't know her name.
And never met her until the case, and I don't believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant, and her opinion was so brilliant that they dropped their...
The Palisades fire is going sicko mode, bro. Does anyone have a real-time news coverage over it? Because I want to see what the hell's going on in my backyard, dude. Are you guys exaggerating? Or is it really that bad? Wildfires break out in Southern California. Oh my God. Wait, why is there no audio? My family and I are praying for you, Kai and Austin. Okay, this is like, oh my God. Oh my God. That is crazy. What the
Winds are
heck?
going to get so strong and maybe too strong for them to fly. So that's what we're concerned with. But the bad news is the winds are going to continue to be really dangerous and damaging.
Yeah, getting some information per the radio traffic that the Getty Villa
The
is
light
the
coming
path of
in.
the fire, which is obviously
Your window is orange.
concerning. That's right.
I haven't looked outside yet,
it
but
is
it's not.
impacting the Villa area and impacting Coastline Drive as well.
It's approaching that area along Coastline Drive. And as you were mentioning, Maria, there's about 5 hours left of daylight when you think about it.
Yeah.
And that's the operational hours that are going to be most significant for these
Go
firefighters.
outside? No, I'm
And
too
you're looking
scared
at
to
the
look
smoke kind of
outside.
going straight up, which is great for right now. So we're not looking at these extreme wind gusts.
Right. So this is that window.
Yep, the window of opportunity is right now, and they're
Right.
certainly trying to take advantage of that.
Well, the fire is blowing in the exact opposite direction, so I think I'm safe in West Hollywood, but it is kind of crazy that it's just like ripping through the Palisades. You're so oblivious, dog Lamau.
Some change in the wind.
No, it completely, like, it completely moved. I think it went from the valley directly to the ocean.
This is going to continue.
So it's pushing Here, here's the live fire map. Let's take a look. Hold on.
Clocking in near 60, 70 miles an hour. There's some.
Never mind. There's other places where there's fires going on as well, but
to be gusting near 85. So we're talking about hurricane force wind gusts here, and that can just spread the fire and of course those embers.
this is not the best map. I mean, it is the best map, but like it's nerdy. I need better visuals to understand.
The structures and the homes and
Bro, that $1 million house is your house, right? Yeah.
downwind of this fire. We're getting reports of spotting on both sides of the Palisades Drive area. So it is going further south toward the shore there in the ocean. So please stay alert. If you're
We do have Haley Winslow right now with us. Hey Haley, let us know where you are and who you're with and what's
They have
going
a
on.
mandatory evac in the Palisades right now,
Roxy.
according
Yeah,
to
we
the LA
just got to
Fire
Will
Department. If
Rogers
you're
State Beach
near the
here
Topanga
on,
State Park,
just down really from the Getty, it looks very
all the way
ominous,
up
the
to
sky.
Santa Monica.
The traffic was insane trying to get here, gridlocked, and I've got a very dear friend on the line right now, Eric Robertson, who is trapped in the fire.
Whoa.
I've got him on my other cell phone on speakerphone so he can describe
Whoa, look
what's
at the
going on
plane.
from his perspective. He's been sending me videos. We're having a hard time getting them in. Eric, what's going on where you are?
Well, we're in the middle of the Palisades
Chat,
Island.
this is where West Hollywood is, okay? This is where the fire is. And the fire is blowing towards the ocean.
So around us on one side is just billowing smoke. We were standing about 100 yards away from where the fire started. Right when it started, we were out for a walk, and the flames were 30, 50 feet tall. The helicopters dropped, load after load of water, and it still kept spreading so quickly. So it's traveled all the way down the hill. It's crossed Palisades Drive, which is close to Sunset Boulevard, near the PCH. It's our only exit, and there's a car on fire down there. One of our neighbors tried to drive down. They were turned back because the road is surrounded by fire. So we really have to stay put for now. The fire isn't immediately upon us, but it's really close, and it's pretty scary.
Okay, yeah, they're showing your video.
Dude, imagine you're a fish and you're chilling. All of a sudden, this big ass plane comes in and just picks you up and then dumps you on top of a fire. All of a sudden, you're charred tuna, It's crazy.
It's been gridlocked, and we're hearing now that the Getty Villa is being impacted. They're about to evacuate Coastline Drive, and people are basically having to abandon their cars because they're not able to drive through. What's going on in your neighborhood? Like, what are people? I'm sure they're not, they're, on edge.
Standing by, we're all at our garages outside, kind of waiting for the all clear. Everyone's got their bags packed. We're kind of poised to run away once we're able to. But at the moment, we just have to stay put.
Those planes have fish whistles on them? Wait, what?
There's only that one street, so there's not much we can do for now.
So why can't you get out? What makes you trapped? The road's closed,
What
right?
do you mean, what makes you trapped? Look at the PCH is already gridlock all the time. It's not shocking that it would be extra gridlock during a fire.
Effectively now above and below and in the middle of the fire.
Wow.
So we're getting evacuation orders from the city, but we can't comply because the road is shut for now.
All right. Well, be really careful. Thank you very much. I'll call you back in a little bit and check on you guys. But yeah, thanks, Eric. Bye. That was Eric Robertson. He is right there in the middle of it, in the thick of it. And you can hear the sirens. I mean, it's nonstop. I mean, police driving on both sides of the road. Everyone's pretty much driving like a maniac when you can finally move. And yeah, again, the sky just very ominous out here. You can't even see the Santa Monica Mountains at all. And I know Maria's probably kept you very well updated with the weather, but the winds just in the last 40 minutes, I've seen 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's looking like overnight tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be like 65 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is only the beginning. This isn't even the peak of this monstrous Santa Ana wind event that we're hearing could be the strongest of the season. Araxia?
This shows
yeah,
how
well, Marie's
massive
standing
it
right
is.
next to me, and she was just mentioning how up top the winds are much
even stronger.
Yeah.
So you're reporting this at the surface, and you know that up at the higher elevations, it's going to be gusting now closer to between 60 and 80 plus miles an hour. Captain Eric Scott was saying how the conditions out there today are so bad that we have to go back to, he was saying even 2011 was the last time that we saw the dynamics in place.
At least
the
all the
conditions,
billionaire
the dry
Palisade
conditions.
homes are burning, brother. I don't know how to explain this to you, but it's not just rich people that lose their lives and their homes in this process. It's going to be quite difficult for you to comprehend, I know, but it's usually the really rich people that can avoid the worst of the worst. And it's almost always the normal folk and poor people that actually get cooked in this process. Like, I'm reminded of the time where Kanye West hired a private brigade of firefighters to basically create a security perimeter around his house.
Soon, but this is just such a hard situation for so many residents there who are under that evacuation order, trying to leave, perhaps can't because of the traffic, but where are they going to go on foot? You know, that's
Not
the big
far.
question, right? How far can they go, and who's going to help? So you can tell that, you know, it's probably like the last resort.
Okay, great. So I think our photographer Armando connected us with this gentleman. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
If you could speak into the microphone.
The microphone.
Maybe. There we go.
Hold the microphone up to your mouth. Hold the microphone. There you go.
I don't hear anybody.
Yes, we hear you. Do you hear us?
We hear him, but he can't hear us.
It looks like he's
What is happening with local television, man?
Hold it.
Okay, they're getting set up right there as we continue to look at this shot from Will Rogers. This is where the command post is going to be set up.
And where Haley is right now. She was speaking with a friend of hers who's in Palisades Highlands area, right? And they were saying how they were trapped and they had nowhere to go.
That right there is the most LA fit. He's got the cap on, he's got the thermal with the shorts on a fixed gear bike. My man is LA'd out the wazoo right there, picking his nose on live TV.
Hopefully he and his family will be okay.
What's your name? Zen. Yes, I hear you guys.
Hi, do you have someone you need to speak with?
Hey, Roxia. Yeah, this was my new friend. Right when we got off the air, he was showing me a video. He works up there in the Palisades and saw a bunch of cars on fire. Tell me what you saw.
Oh, so just cars backed up on the way up. There's a bunch of cars that are abandoned. So,
Let me show this. You can see it. Come on over here.
What are we doing? Yo, this is
So he was
this is a
showing
privacy
us
screen on.
palm trees on fire,
Yeah,
cars on fire.
Yeah, so I'll speed it up. But yeah, so anyways, I started all the way from the top, and all these cars aren't going anywhere because some cars are abandoned. And on the other side, you know, on the way up, I saw like a palm tree on fire. So I ended up like brushing it off, taking it off, and then on my way back down, I started seeing the car on fire. So here it is. There it is. So all that other side is abandoned. So that's only going to get worse. And then
See the van, you guys?
yeah. So
Haley, where people are abandoning their cars, is it on the side of the road or just in the middle of the street?
All fun and games as it gets a freaky notive like, oh, I see you on TV, King. You looking hot as hell. My heart burns for you, like those cars that you're showing.
it's the
Come
main
over
road
now.
that goes up. I don't know. I don't know.
Abandoning
So you
their
can see
car in the middle
Sandra
of
on
the
both. Yeah.
Also, if
So,
you've been to
I mean,
Malibu,
it's
you know
the
that
main
there's
road,
only
and
like
then
the
there were
PCH
parents
and
at their
Topanga Canyon to drive and escape, so this could be insanely dangerous. Yeah, it's really bad. I'm not defending the earlier chatter. They were obviously wrong, but is it possible they think everyone from Cali are rich AF compared to the trailer park life? Yes. And it's wrong. Obviously, there's no area where there's exclusively wealthy people in California, maybe like Bel Air or something. But even then, there's gardeners, maids, things of that nature living in these houses. and they will always have a harder time evacuating than the rich people.
Try to get it to you as soon as possible. But yeah, it's just the magnitude of this fire. And again, this is only the beginning, already up to 200 acres.
That's another challenge that people are facing there. Thank you, Haley. The fact that the cell service is very spotty in that area to begin with on a good day. Now, on top of that, with these wind gusts and probably some power outages because these power lines are going down because of this fire and the smoke really impacting this area. So imagine if you're a resident living in these communities, trying to get the latest updates or trying to connect with someone.
The average home price in Palisades is 3.5 million, so I don't give a F. Yeah, exactly. The average, which means that every house obviously is for wealthy people. And no such poor people even work in those houses. Also, there's still people. Like, I don't think they should die either. That's a crazy, that's a crazy concept. Once again, we're doing the, I don't care about the systems. I only want the people to suffer. Listen, I am not in the business of undermining American government institutions. Okay? I want the American people to suffer. It takes like this. It makes people hate this community. Chat. Sometimes you got to pretend like you're in a room full of humans. Yeah, I know. It is takes like this that annoy people. And then I can't be the one correcting people because then they go, says you. It's because you're rich too. You should die in a fire as well. And it's like, okay, sure, dog. Just like, please have a semblance of normalcy for once in your life. Oh my Lord.
Speak to those people. It was hard to make that connection, and they probably aren't quite in the mood to speak anyway, trying to get out of the area. Not sure how far they're going to get with having to be on foot, of course. We are still waiting there. Will Roger State Beach there on the right side of your screen, that parking lot right there is where the command post will be, where we can get hopefully some updated information. It's a little tough right now because obviously all hands on deck, and they are focused on getting this fire under control before they're able to relay information out to the public, but that'll be the gathering point.
And it's tough for news crews to even get there. We just saw one news van pull up, but you can see this fire broke out at 10:30,
Hold on, I'm gonna look outside,
and at
bro.
this
This
point
is
now,
crazy.
just crews are arriving, even Haley getting there, and she said traffic was so backed up. It's so hard to get to these locations, and that's the situation not only are our news vehicles dealing with, but first responders too, trying to get through all of the people. And there is a checkpoint at this point at PCH and Temescal Canyon because of the fact that so many people were trying to get to the area. Oh, look at that beautiful drop right there. And that's what we've been looking at along this vantage point of PCH by Will Rogers. And that's a good thing that we've been looking at, these super scoopers picking up water from the ocean and then making those drops.
You're looking at just a full screen right there. If you can snap a picture or just write down the information. Evacuation center at Westwood Recreation Center. That's at 1350 South Sepulveda. If you're able to get there or pass that information along to others who may be able to use that information. Let's see, we're looking at people in their cars trying to make their way out of the area.
But there is literally nothing out. Like, we have clear blue skies, dude. Clear blue skies. I don't see no smoke. It's blowing entirely away from me. When I lived in the Brentwood area, which is ironically also a very wealthy neighborhood, where I, of course, lived in the old ass apartments with like multiple roommates when I was broke as hell, I remember once having to evacuate.
Changed, you know, when they depart and usually go out to sea. Now they're going east and taking off that way. Even President Biden canceling his planned news conference here in dedication for 2 new monuments in Southern California, canceled that. They're going to be doing that virtually instead.
We had some video earlier of Ontario International Airport and how windy it was there. So really, this is just a reminder for everybody, if you live in the area under this.
Gatto assures he was actually broke AF at one point. No, I'm reminding people that, like, There are literally people that live in apartments there that are broke, just like I was, even though I was in a rich neighborhood technically.
Parking restrictions, and if you're at home, you want to turn your car so that it's ready to go. You want to reverse in so that you are ready to go when or if that time comes for you, especially around this area here in the Palisades, Santa Monica, Malibu, just downwind of this fire.
So we have what are you, like 4 hours, a little bit over 4 hours of daylight, right?
Yeah, sunset's going to be about 5 p.m. And then after that, it's going to get rapidly darker, of course. But that is, unfortunately, when we expect the winds to start to really pick up again later this evening into the overnight hours. So it's really critical that they get a handle on this fire right now. The fixed wing, the fixed wing aircraft is able to go up. I don't know. I haven't seen any.
It's crazy because there's a fire on Sunset in La Cienega.
From this vantage point, but hopefully
as this shatter is saying,
as well.
But like I can't see anything. Like there's nothing
how
here.
dusty that wind is, though, you know. But this is, as you mentioned, the window of opportunity to really make some progress.
Like there's
on this.
it's out already. Oh, okay.
It is challenging, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, we heard Captain talk about how when you see a fire, those first 20 minutes are so critical. And if they can't get a handle on it, then they're going to be talking hundreds, right? Ugh. Versus just a few acres.
Right, and
we saw
that.
that happen.
Yep, we saw that in front of our eyes. It started as 10 acres. It blew up to more than 200.
Like within half an hour.
Yeah, within half hour. Well under an hour at this point, and then now, who knows?
It's definitely grown.
Right.
We're over 200 acres.
Yeah, for sure. I know that they're setting up the command center and that post in Will Rogers, that state beach, and so hopefully at some point we'll get an official update from them. But at the moment, as we take a look at this live image, look at the tops of these trees and how much stronger those winds are. So you can imagine where the fire is burning, how much stronger even those winds are blowing, and from all directions, because fires create their own weather. And although the prevailing winds are coming out of the northeast, in and around the fire, it's just really very erratic, and it's coming from all directions. As that air rises, it sucks in all the air around it.
And as we get closer to nightfall, the wind is really going to pick up, you said.
Yeah, those wind gusts are expected to be between 60 to 80 miles an hour. It could even clock in between 90 and 100. That's hurricane force winds in terms of those wind gusts. So that can do a lot of damage, not just from the wind itself, but just in terms of the fire and how much it's going to help it to spread and carry those embers, far away from the start of the fire.
And we've been looking at the resources that have been battling this blaze for quite some time now, especially from the air. We've been seeing those super scoopers pick up that ocean water and make those dramatic drops. But we do know that there are more than 100 firefighters at this point tackling this and trying to...
Emergency crews are able to get through to some extent. But if you take a look just beyond, you can see the fire on the hillside and the winds that are whipping. Seeing the danger that still remains and people still little by little trying to make it down that hillside.
Oh, Cybertruck.
Yeah, Carmer Dickerson there setting the scene.
Yo,
for
stay
us,
away from that.
Live there on Palisades Drive, and she said things have actually sort of, excuse me, calmed down, smoothed out here a bit from her last live shot here.
Yeah, we want to bring in Chief Sam Giovanna. Chief, we see those flare-ups there next to those cars. I mean, this is so concerning. Again, we could see another car catch on fire because of this. And then, of course, we've got those embers to deal with the winds being so erratic. Hello, Chief. Chief, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you now, yeah.
Yeah. Those could be palm fronds that are dropped, that caught fire and are burning. But I want to go back to something, we talk about this wind and topography driven, but it's also, let's go back. We've had a lot of rain over the past few years. There's a lot of heavy fuels in these hillsides. And then let's not forget these homes can actually become a fuel. itself. If we go back to the coastal fire in May of 2022 in Orange County, it wasn't not a Santa Ana wind-driven day. It was just a normal day with an ocean breeze going up a hill, caught a home on fire. That home spread to a home, which ended up resulting in 20 homes destroyed. So sometimes you get the fuel that's the problem, the topography, the wind, and then even homes are like fuel themselves that can spread from home to home.
So, again, we will say, Chief Sam, based on the conditions, based on the topography, we're not at all surprised at what we're seeing here and how it's all playing out.
No, not at all. You know, and we talk about this, Michael, you know, even days when we did not have such strong winds and such a significant event like this, the danger. Living in Southern California, it's just here. Let's fast forward this. If the wind stopped,
enough, Slidey Matty, enough.
Still remains high because everything now is even more dried out. We may not have the wind, but we certainly have the topography and the fuel. If a fire breaks out, the risk is going to remain with us for a while. We're going to need at least 5 to 7
Sometimes
inches
the
of
mods
rain
need to get
before
modded.
the fuel moisture content in the hillsides change where it doesn't burn so easily.
All right, Chief Sam, with that, we're going to put you on pause here for just a second and remind our viewers here, it's now 1 p.m. and you're watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of the wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, this is the latest information from LA Fire. About 200 acres have burned so far. Evacuations have been ordered between Merrimack Road west to Topanga Canyon and south to PCH. The Westwood Recreation Center is now open for anyone, and then evacuated people who do need a place to go can go there. They also allow small animals.
As we've been showing you all morning long and into the afternoon, we are seeing gridlock on PCH and on other major roadways as people try to get out of that area. The LA Fire Department now telling everyone head southbound on Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset to southbound Pacific Coast Highway.
As you can see, there's a significant loom up behind us. We're going to show you on the map where the fire is, where it's going, and what our evac concerns are. This is the Pacific Palisades Highland community. The fire is burning in a westward direction through here, so we want an evacuation warning for all of this area that is going to be from Topanga Canyon.
For people asking, that's actually not that far away from me at all, technically. Technically, it's like, you know, without traffic, 25 to 30 minutes away, which is really close for LA standards. Having said that, or proximity-wise is even closer than that if you straight shot it, but because it's in the mountains, it's harder to get to. Having said that, the fire is going in the exact opposite direction. It's going away from me.
Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students are being taken to University High School Charter.
That's right. And schools are communicating directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443-1300.
All right, 102 here on a...
Can you see your house from here? No, dude. I'm not anywhere near the coastline.
She's with LA City Fire.
Yeah, it's the winds.
Thank you for being with us here
Central Committee. It is the winds. We have 80 to 50... they were talking about 80 to 50 mile gusts of wind. And of course, predictably, the winds immediately... the winds immediately turned this into a massive issue.
Melissa McGee, and again,
winds have the capacity to knock out power lines because our infrastructure is not hardened against that sort of thing, because why would it be? That would be woke. Also, Israel is in desperate need of funds. Hello, don't be selfish and anti-Semitic. Also, we do give billions of dollars to these the public utility companies anyway, to harden their infrastructure, and then they never do it because, excuse me, that's the profit motive. And then on top of that, essentially things that help. I don't even know what actually started this one, but the winds carry the fire pretty fast.
What you're seeing on the ground. The fuel is all of the brush, the trees, anything flying embers in the air as well. Things have been very dry here in Southern California. We've seen 0.16 inches of rain here in LA County. We should be closer to a little bit more than 4 inches at this point in our season. So the relative humidity will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And that's a problem because that will only help to spread fires more quickly because of the dry vegetation and low humidity on the ground. The other aspect in terms of the weather, the Santa Anas. This is a significant Santa Ana wind event. The National Weather Service has called this life-threatening in some instances. It's also said this is particularly dangerous. The third time they've used that type of language this season. So in terms of fires and the way fires spread more rapidly uphill. You've got the rising heat from the flames rapidly preheating the fuel further up the slope, causing it to ignite more quickly. So for every 10 degrees of slope, it doubles the speed of the fire. The latest observation data, specifically with the Palisades fire, we've got the Palisades winds gusting up to 12 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got gusts close to 50 miles per hour. And the issue is that as we go throughout the rest of tonight, the winds are only going to intensify. The relative humidity is going to drop, which will elevate the fire concern. Michael and Annabelle.
Much for that. We want to touch base now with NBC4's Alex Rosier. He's live.
It's pretty
Alex,
crazy,
what are you
dude.
seeing? Who are you with? What information do you have for us now?
I don't have IFB. Hey guys,
There's only been one time where I had to evacuate. There's only been one.
We're seeing in this neighborhood.
There's only one time where I've ever had to evacuate, chat, and that was when I was with Fish back in the day when I was living in Brentwood. But that was like, I think it was like a fire that was in the vicinity, but it moved past us. But I still had to evacuate one time. Many, many years ago. And the way I evacuated was by going to work, basically. I went to work. Anyway.
Neighborhoods, and it's starting to happen. This is Lockman, and it's burned sort of around this knoll for some reason. We're on a ridge, but it's burned down into Palisades Drive, down into that canyon, and it's gone over to Bienvenida down that canyon. So there's that school, St. Matthew's over there, and Calvary on Palisades Drive. Both, I'm sure, are evacuated.
So schools and homes impacted. A number of neighbors have already evacuated. What was...
How ironic. A little bit ago, someone was saying the fog is fake. Now he's shaking in his billionaire shoes in his $10 trillion house. God is good. Hell yeah, baby. That's right. God is punishing me for questioning, undermining the narrative of the fog. God was like, oh yeah, you don't like the fog? Guess what, dude? Here, I'm gonna give you extra fog. This one is dark fog.
Our house down by the village, and not this home on Lockman. It's been in the Highlands. We lived there for a little while. It's been around, but it's never burned this area.
As you stand here, the wind's blowing, the smoke around us. What's going through your mind?
It's a strong wind. It's stronger than normal, so that's what drives the fire. There could be an ember a half mile away, and it catches the wind, and it lands over here and starts a whole new deal. I've seen several of them just start out of nowhere. Like a big plume took off over to our right, and it's like, there goes another one. So if something like that were to land around us, we could put it out. That'd be great. But if not, we'll get out of here.
Stuart, thank you for your time. Stay safe out there. I wish the best for you and your family and your neighborhood.
Take care of yourself.
I appreciate that. But we again are here at Lockman and Glen Haven, watching this fast-moving fire, the wind shifting in a variety of directions, smoke around us, and at many times we've seen flames on the hillside so close to several...
Seems like a white neighborhood. Oh, well, in general. Is this affecting poor people or rich people? Hopefully rich. Yeah, it's okay. It's cool if random people die, dude.
And the police department who are helping.
This is the woke leftist version of what like liberals do all the time that I get really annoyed with whenever there's like a massive like hurricane or something impacting massive hurricane impacting like a red state. And they'll come in here and be like, well, they voted for this. I'm like, oh my God. What do I have to do? Bludgeon you in the head with empathy? Like, how do we do this? Like, I get so annoyed I get so annoyed when liberals do this about like red states. And I routinely yell at chat. And it's the very same leftists who would probably get mad at liberals for saying that turn around and go, oh, it's awesome. Like, this fire is not targeting the bourgeois, okay? That's not how this works. What are you saying? Oh, I'm just glad that these are woke revolutionary fires that are doing permanent first world genocide. Like, everyone is flammable, okay? Human beings are not. There is no extra protocol here. There's nothing. Like, it's not divine punishment for the class violence dished out by the bourgeois. What are you guys saying? And don't come at me. Oh, it's just people. I'm the worst person to clap back against this because everyone goes, it's because you're rich. You're a class enemy as well. It's like, yes, you're right. I should be, me and my whole family should die in a burning fire, okay, for the crimes that I have committed. Just like those random people as well. And also, just like the people in Florida deserve their untimely demise due to the hurricanes because they voted for it. They voted for the hurricanes. The immortal spirit of Lenin rides on the burning horse of class struggle. What is this? They wouldn't have empathy for you if the shoe was on the other foot. No, my point is, like, this is something that I get really annoyed by when people talk about with like Florida or North Carolina or like random places where there's like literally just chatters that live there, and other liberals will come into the community and will just say some of the most annoying things, right? Like, empathy is not supposed to be transactional. And not only that, but also it's just like it's just like a silly thing to say. Most people will look at you like you're not a human being.
Yeah, it's very congested, and then you have a lot of cars, and sometimes people will just leave the car right in the middle of the road.
Is there already no danger?
No. Pulled off on the side of the curb. That helps for access and egress, but again, this is why it's important to leave now. You don't want to have this. We know this is coming. This is coming. So to the communities to the west of this, that if you're in the path of this fire, leave
Why
now.
didn't these people leave earlier? Brother, do you know how fast a wildfire happens? Like, this wasn't like hurricane warning for like, 5 days or something. No. It literally happened in a span of 30 minutes. The fire started. I don't know if you know this. But fires are very sudden, okay? They are kind of notorious for being very sudden. Very sudden. Like, and depending on the wind gust, they can travel very quickly. No one is like, there's wildfire season in California, but even then, no one is expecting it to happen.
Sadly, a lot of these homeowners are at a disadvantage because this fire broke out while most
Say you live up north without saying you live up north. No, I mean, there are areas prone to wildfires for sure. But even then, it's like quite difficult. It's quite difficult to get out of its way.
What to do? In fact, you feel helpless at this point.
Yeah, you do, and that's why we talk about this, and a lot as of lately. Prepare your home now. Think about before.
Chatter has never heard the expression "spreads like a wildfire." Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't know how that happened.
Into my neighborhood or to my house. Just start thinking.
Speaking of, you should probably have a go bag ready. Okay. The thing is, I live in the middle of one of the most densely slammed urban areas in Los Angeles. Okay. I'm in the middle of a city. Like, this is the only area that is like closely resembling a city. I do not live around a forest. I do not live in the pathway of brush fires. Like, I'm good.
They ramp back up once again.
Right, and that was just for the basin, Michael. I mean, they're going to
Obviously, if there was any fire that was like any wind direction that was coming, yeah. If yeah, there's no leaving. If it comes to you, every highway will be slammed. Yeah, I'm cooked.
winds anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. Some isolated spots in our mountain communities could have gusts.
It was first reported like 2 hours ago, and since then, over 200 acres have burned. For chatters who need context, yeah.
Erratic fire behavior, and unfortunately, watching the Palisades.
Dog, you literally have strong winds coming later today. No, we've already been having strong winds.
Fire zones or an area that's prone to seeing
Fire in Portugal trapped and killed 66 people trying to escape in literal cars.
in place. So what does that really mean? Ready is creating.
Welcome to the moist critical during the Florida hurricane stream experience from chat. Yeah, but it's not even.
They are acting now. That's not something that they can do, but this is a reminder for other communities to make sure that they are prepared. Harden your home against.
If the fire is coming my way, I'm cooked, literally and figuratively. Okay.
Wildfire. Make sure you have that emergency supply kit. And
Why is there no infrastructure for this? I don't fully know. I mean, I guess like you can do a better job of depending on how this fire started, but like someone could just have thrown a cigarette bud. You know what I mean?
long duration Santa Ana winds moving.
Someone could have just straight up thrown a cigarette bud.
They've got winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And as we're watching the images on the right of your screen, the firefighter tackle the flames of what looks like a structure.
Or a gender reveal.
Now you're dealing with flying embers in hot spots. So this is a concern, and this is why we say erratic wind behavior, because we're dealing with a specific fire. And on top of that fire, you've got flames that are burning in between those hot spots.
You know, Melissa, you talk about these, fire-prone areas and how, preparation and being proactive is key. But we're now seeing wind gusts in these wind-sheltered areas, and we typically don't see winds like this in these areas. So those folks are now at risk to some degree.
Exactly. So we're talking about areas like Altadena, Burbank, San Fernando Valley, Beverly Hills, areas in Pasadena that are typically not going to see a lot of these strong winds that we see through the canyons and passes, for example, the Cajon Pass, the Banning Pass. That's an area that is prone to seeing strong winds. Same thing up across areas in the IE, up through Fontana, San Bernardino County, San Fernando Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley. So this is why it's particularly stressful here in Southern California right now, because you've got the winds, and the wind will help to fuel the erratic behavior of the fire.
And I'm so glad that you're talking about how long this red flag warning is going to last. We've got it until 6 p.m. on Thursday.
Right.
So we're seeing these images, live images of the fire here, but this is a reminder for anybody else who lives elsewhere just to be ready to go as well, because yes, it's in this neighborhood right now in the Pacific Palisades area, but it could very well go to the Inland Empire. We could be talking about the Inland Empire, God forbid, later on. Today, right? Or in the OC. I mean, we are talking about so many different areas that are affected by these gusts.
Right. So the height of the wind gusts, Annabelle and Michael, that's going to be later on tonight and into your Wednesday. We'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends any of these high wind warnings or wind watches that are posted here in Southern California. But that's where we're anticipating those strong winds, increased wind across our region. On top of that, even when the strongest winds exit Southern California, it is still going to be dry. So that's where that red flag warning comes in, and that has been extended now until 6 p.m. on Thursday because of the Santa Anas, because of the low relative humidity, This will certainly help to elevate and spread fires quickly, and we're starting to see that this afternoon.
I got one more question for you.
You got it.
I know. You're working overtime over here. But
we're here for you.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong with this number here, but you said so far we should have at least experienced 4 inches of rain.
Yes.
And we have not.
At least, and this is just for LA County.
LA County, okay.
Right, so we should see at least 4 inches of rain at this point in our water year. Our water year starts October 1st and it continues on. We've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain here in Los Angeles. So we've got a deficit specifically of 3.40 inches of rain. The reason that is taking place is that all of the storms this season have been up across the Pacific Northwest. We've been talking about all of that rain and snow in Washington and Oregon, and we're not seeing any of that activity move down here in Southern California. All we need is one storm to change all of that.
Yeah.
But as of now, it's been months, at least 6 months, where things have been dry here in LA County.
All right.
All right.
Melissa, as always, we're going to keep you on deck here.
I'm here for you.
All right.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Melissa was talking about this plan, or this Ready, Set, Go plan. What does that include? And we should probably talk about, families, people who have families in scenarios like this. You leave for work, you drop off the kids at school. Everybody needs to have a plan in the event of.
You're right, and you have to practice that plan, just like we drill at the fire department, just like exit drills in the home during fire safety in your home. You have to have a plan, put it together, communicate it with your family members, and practice it. But the thing is, and sadly, most people feel it will never happen to them, and it does.
Honestly, rain. What rain, bro? We don't got no rain. Do you have a plan? Yes. I'm going to get in my car and drive away. That's my plan. Chatters, if you're not on the path of the fire, you should stay home to leave the roads open for evacuees and emergency vehicles. Yeah. And by that, I mean, I'm going to get in my car and sit in the traffic until the flames erupt and kill me. Can you see from your house? No. I keep periodically going outside. Chat, it's wind patterns, wind patterns, wind patterns. Wind direction has basically been pushing the fire towards the ocean. I'm outside of the way of the fire. Technically, it's like not that far away, but it might as well be in an entirely different planet. Like there is normally in previous wildfires, like at least, you can feel it in the air. Everything turns orange. It's weird. None of that. It's clear right now. It's 70 degrees and sunny and clear in West Hollywood. F the car, don't you have a bike? No. I do have motorcycles. I have my brother's motorcycles. Technically, I have a Triumph and a DRX. So if I wanted to, I just don't know how to bike. But if I wanted to, I have the DRX that also has, I have a DRX with a saw kit in the back, like a electric with a chainsaw on it. Because Murad is a sawyer, as in he sometimes rides out and clears brush and like debris from like I guess he like volunteers to do stuff like that. You have a DRX and Colors of a Socialist? Wait, what? A DRX? It's like, what? Am I saying the wrong thing? It's like the entry-level dirt bike. What are you talking about? Maybe I'm saying the wrong thing? Isn't it? Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, yeah, no, it is. It's like a DRX is an entry-level dirt bike, chatter. It's pretty sure it's like yeah, it's a $500 to a $1,000 dirt bike. But I might not have a DRX. It might be a DRZ maybe, because I don't think it's a $1,000 dirt bike. I think it's more than that. I think it's like a $2,000. Yeah, it's a DRZ, which at its base, if you buy it new, is $7,000. pretty sure it's a DRZ. But they're also cheap. San Gabriel Valley just started getting hit with the winds. This was the biggest gust I've ever felt, and it shook my house. That's expensive, dude. It's also not mine. It's my brother's. And he definitely is not wealthy. So
you're still
like, it's just my brother makes less money than half of the chatters in here, and he's like getting pocket watched for a secondhand DRZ that he purchased for like $4,000. By extension, he's also a fake socialist. All right. Let's get back to Donald Trump as everything is on fire. Here's a house being burned up. That's crazy. Make sure you take the stream bag when you go, Abby. We need that on the ground coverage, like friend of the show, Storm Chaser. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, chatters. I don't think I'll be worrying about if it ever got to the point of like genuine evacuation that is an absolute necessity. I think for me, I think it's gonna be past the point of streaming, because like if I am in the middle of West Hollywood, caught in an evacuation zone, there is a much more dire situation at that point. We're talking like straight up, like entire swaths of Los Angeles being lit on fire with tens of thousands of people dying. You understand? I can try to stream it, but I don't think the ISPs will be holding out at that point. West Hollywood being in an evacuation zone is like, that's the big one. I'm telling you, dude, the pool would save your ass. So what do I do? Do I just, when the wildfires are happening, I just dive into my pool? I dive into my pool and boil like a crab.
Appeal, they couldn't beat the appeal. So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk. Everything they do is talk. We're going to have a smooth transition. And then they take 625 million acres and they essentially landmark it so you can't ever drill there again. Well, we're going to be drilling soon. We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember when...
Yeah, that's how someone literally survived a wildfire. No joke. I mean, I think that's pretty dependent on the situation. I don't think you can survive a wildfire. I don't think you can survive every wildfire by diving into a pool, chatter. No, there was a person in California who went into their pool because they couldn't evac and survived. Like what? Was he in a scuba tank? Like, I don't understand. Oh, he did. Oh my God. An Australian man is told how he survived a huge bushfire by jumping into his neighbor's pool wearing scuba gear. Strong winds and high temperatures fueled the fire for 3 days, forcing hundreds of residents and tourists to evacuate the area. But homeowner Peter Fabrici decided to stay behind and defend his property from the flames. Defend his property from the flames? How do you defend your property from the flames? What are you going to do? Spit on it, dude? Haktua. Spit on that thing? How do you... That's so stupid. Australians are operating on an entirely different spectrum, dude. How dumb. After the 53-year-old made sure his wife was safely away from the approaching fire, he returned to the house and got his scuba gear out to help him breathe in the smoke. There were spot fires everywhere. The wind was increasing. The smoke was getting thicker and basically stayed with the house as long as I could. After fireproofing his house as best as he could, he included putting sprinklers on the roof. Okay, this guy is crazy. Mr. Fabrici was forced to retreat into his neighbor's pool with the scuba equipment. He remained underwater for about 5 minutes until he saw the blaze pass over him. I held my mask and I just dived headlong into the pool. And that's where I stayed, basically on the bottom, just looking up and seeing the red and the black going over the top. Mr. Fabrici not only managed to save his own life, but his home is still standing. Bro, they're showing this as a successful strategy. Oh my God, Australia is so crazy. Australians are so insane. Sprinklers on roof is normal in Australian bushland. People just do DIY firefighting in Australia? What the hell? After the fire passed, I stuck my head up at the end of the pool. I had a direct view of our house, and I was just absolutely amazed. There were no flames coming from it. Firefighters are continuing to battle the blaze, but the easing winds and cooler weather raise hopes that they might soon be able to contain the flames. Built them out around my house to combat wildfires. Hello, how's it going? Today I'm building a moat around my house to combat wildfires.
And just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean, you put down a map and put this up. It's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, $40 to $50 trillion. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken $50 trillion. So if we owe $35 trillion, he's taken $50 trillion of value and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which was in many ways worse. It's hard to believe it can be worse. He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater.
He's like, yeah, we got to use the electricity. We got to use our grid for the AI and not like electric heaters and things of that nature that are genuinely better, not for the environment necessarily, but just for like the health of the people. We are going to make sure that people are getting carbon monoxide poisoning. I do not care. We are going to, how else will they vote for me? Unless they have, unless they're introduced to these toxic fumes at an early age and then maybe have cancer down the line. How else will we make sure that our beautiful industry of healthcare continues contributing to the GDP?
Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you scratch in? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric. And
what?
The source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They work much better. They look much better. 60% of homes and apartments have gas heaters. He wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven. And they want to do, no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens, you're in the shower 10 times as long, you know. No water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes, especially in certain areas, we have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher, almost none. And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, 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 keep it going. They end up using more water. Likewise, washing machines. They want in your washing machine to have very little water coming out of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th, we'll turn the economy around very quickly, because right now when I think of our economy, I think about inflation. That's what we have. We have inflation, I believe, at a level that we never had before. There's never been anything like it. And over the next 4 years, the United States is going to take off like a rocket ship. But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States, creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points. It's not a 41. It went up 41 points. And that's the largest in the 39-year history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying, what am I doing here? They go in and they invest money, but it's good to know.
Do you think a re-education program is necessary for America at this point? How about education? I think what is necessary is an education program. Like, we can get to the re-education program if people are educated to begin with. I think we got to start at the point of education first, and then we'll move on to re-education, you know?
Know where the smartest business people in the world are investing, and they're investing in the United States. So we've done this all in 2 months of not being there. You know, we haven't been there. And it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And
America needs like a Fidel Castro style figure to improve the literacy rates. Okay. Like, that's what we need right now. We need a socialist revolution. Like, we are in the throes of a fascist dictatorship, and bring literacy to the countryside. You know what I mean? That's what we need. Unironically, that's where we're at in the wealthiest nation on the planet at this point.
we think we're going to do some really great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do. You know, it was the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively.
What?
It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for...
He wants to take the Panama Canal. He wants to seize it. He wants to take the Panama Canal. He wants to take Greenland. And he also wants to bomb Mexico. And he wants to annex through economic warfare, he said. He wants to create economic pressure for Canada until the point of annexation. This is the peaceful dove. You see, Donald Trump wants to do all of this, but in a peaceful way, okay? Because he's a peaceful dove.
for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid. but we're not stupid anymore. So the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they morally violated it also. And they want our help because it's leaking and not in good repair. And they want us to give $3 billion to help fix it. I said, well, why don't you get the money from China? Because China's...
When people say, is he being serious or is he joking? I don't know. I wish I had a good answer for you, man. I don't know. Okay? Like, is it within his capabilities? Is it within the capabilities of the United States empire to be able to potentially overtake by force the Panama Canal? Violate another nation's sovereignty? Yeah, I mean, we've done it. I don't know. I mean, at first I thought he was joking. But he just keeps repeating it over and over again, so who knows?
Is basically taking it over. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal, and they come to see this Biden, this guy who should never have been allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. I had to be two people, not one. But they want $3 billion to fix the Panama Canal that's run by China and makes a lot of money, China. One of the most profitable structures ever built, because you have ships lined up back to Florida, frankly, and they just keep going through, and the numbers are staggering, $500,000 to $1 million a ship. And they took it away from us, meaning we gave it to them for $1. But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've overcharged our ships, overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, we'll cut taxes, slash regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before, and certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years prior to COVID coming in my administration. We had the greatest economy in history. We cut the most regulations in the history of our country, and I did that all in 4 years. By 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years. And we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things.
Like, what is that? I don't even know what that means. Like, if Canada's not treating us well, who's treating us well? Damn, dude, everybody's cooking us, huh? Like, that's America's hat you're talking about, brother. What do you mean? We are not being treated well by Canada is such a funny statement to make as the president of the United States of America.
They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister. You'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it.
What? He's saying get Wayne Gretzky to be the governor of Canada and Canada to be a state. God damn. Yeah, he invited Wayne to Mar-a-Lago and told him to run for governor. Wayne is a MAGA cuck now. He's a disgrace of the country. You will see many such cases of that. It won't just be Wayne Gretzky. There isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will become a part of the United States. Workers and communities in both our countries benefit from being each other's biggest trading and security partner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we're accelerating the Canadian... I think we are accelerating the ways in which Canada will inevitably have that sweet, delicious, juicy freedom of private enterprise in healthcare. Especially when you got disgraced, now resigned 23rd Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, saying this will never happen. Well, it seems like it's definitely going to happen. That's a lock now.
Get better. But no, something's going to have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there, and it's ours.
What is this? Trump supporter featured in Truth Social videos, convicted drug offender. President-elect Donald Trump posted a video on his social media platform Monday of a convicted drug dealer purchasing a Make America Great Again hat in Greenland. I am hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA, Trump's post read. Greenland is an incredible place and that people will benefit tremendously if and when it becomes a part of our nation. We will protect it and cherish it from a very vicious outside world. Make Greenland great again. That's Magaga. Newsweek has reached out to Trump's transition team for comment. Of course he looks like that. No. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, no way. The U.S. has considered acquiring Greenland several times in the past, with the most recent attempt in 2019 when Trump first brought up the idea. Greenland's capital, Nuuk, is closer to New York than the Danish capital, Copenhagen. Copenhagen! Donald Trump speaks at Mar-a-Lago, Florida in January 2024. Timmy Zeeb is, in a video posted by Truth Social, is a drug dealer in Greenland. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison in one of the country's largest cannabis cases. I mean, yeah, who cares? He sells. I'm hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA. My son, Don Jr., and various, he's going to pardon him. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to turn Greenland into America. And then he's going to pardon this man because of the cannabis crimes that he committed. Wait, let's see. I want to watch the video.
Okay. So, like, if you could tell Trump anything, what would it be?
Buy us.
Buy Greenland?
Buy Greenland.
Why do you want Trump to buy Greenland?
Because we don't want to be colonized by Danish government anymore. We get ripped every year about...
Wait, why does he sound like he's Maori? What the hell is this accent, man? We don't want it, miss. We don't want it. We don't want to be colonized by. We don't want to be colonized by Copenhagen no more, miss. What the hell? Also, what's up with this universality of hogs? Like, why does he look like 4G Auto Blow? Like, why do they always have this painted on beard? 4G Auto Snow Blow. Yo, what the hell, dude? The universality of hogs, man. They're turning into the same person.
Our minerals from Greenland. We are the richest nation in the world, and we don't get to use it. Denmark's using us too much.
Do you like America?
I love America, but people are too fat over there.
Okay.
Wait, but people are too what?
Like America?
I love America, but people are too fat over there.
What? No. What is happening? That's the hog face, man. Isn't that the emote for when hogs are, yeah, hoggers. He's doing the hoggers face. That Arcteryx is fighting for his life. I didn't even know they made a hog size like that. Have you ever seen this insane libhopium Trudeau tweet? Yeah, I have. Justin Trudeau can become president of the United States in 2028 if Canada becomes the 51st state in America. I know. It's fantastic. Yeah. He should come here to mess up our country too.
We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico.
Donald Trump talked to Greenlandic people via phone. Trump calls into Trump Jr.'s visit to Greenland, makes the argument for why the country should join American territory.
And I thought it'd be great to go up there with his two very talented friends and the other group, a lot of other people. So I just want to say that it's a very special place. It needs security for itself, but it also needs security very much for the world. The location really, you see the people and the ships sailing around, and they're not the right ships, and they're not the ships you want to know about. So we need security.
Yeah, they're not the ships you want to know about.
Our country needs it, and the whole world needs it.
Yes. Oh damn! One of them got real hype, dude.
Strategically located.
Yeah.
It's really imperative.
You're right.
You guys like that, right?
Yeah, clap now. Come on. Wait, Charlie Kirk is there too? What is happening? Dude, I don't know enough about I know about the history of colonies, but I wonder if it was like this lame. Like even back in the day where they were just like doing whatever the medieval equivalent of this is. It had to have been, right? With like a lot more incest too. I do. The older I get, the more I realize time is indeed a flat circle, where the more I see people just like analyze things that are happening around them and assume that this is some kind of like heaven sent plague or whatever, and not something that is scientifically traceable. Even with readily available information beyond our phones that are so endlessly accessible, people still choose to not see that at all and assume that it's like some kind of divine intervention. If they're doing that, if they think fog is nanomachines, okay, which is no different than looking at the burning ball up in the sky and thinking that is God and magic, then yeah, this has got to be the same exact thing that was happening back in the day, you know? There are things you probably choose not to see as well. What? Yeah, no, you're right. For context, this is like if Joe Biden sent Hunter on a foreign state visit and Hunter invited you to come with him. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine in an alternate universe, Joe Biden is like, "Hey, look alive, Jack. We're taking over the Panama Canal." And then he sends Hunter down there. And I'm with Hunter. It's like me and Hunter at Panama being like, "All right, we're taking it over for the Mac attack." Jealous? Yeah, I'm so jealous.
Yeah, we're learning a lot. It's been great. Actually, incredibly beautiful place. The people are incredible. The welcome was spectacular. It's pretty amazing.
Well, that's great. Well, you go have a good time, everybody, and we're going to treat you well. You know that. And just take care of yourselves. Thank you all very much.
See you soon.
Be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought Trump was the great isolationist. What happened? I thought he was America first. How is doing a colonial occupation on Greenland going to improve the lives of all of the many MAGA charlatans that voted for him? I'm having a hard time. This is like, and before you say, "Oh, well, there's bounty there. There's natural resources there." Okay. There was natural resources at Iraq too. That's why we invaded. Did you see any of those benefits? No. American foreign intervention is never done to improve the immediate lives of American citizens. As a matter of fact, it has a negative impact on the lives of the average citizens. Their sons and daughters go out and die for no reason.
Go to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
Oh, yeah, he's changing the Gulf of Mexico and renaming it to the Gulf of America.
It's appropriate. And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too, and the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada, substantial tariffs. And we want to get along with everybody, but you know they have to. It takes two to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have number one. Nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We're number three. I made us number one in a very short period of time in drilling. And you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive.
He hates the windmills, and it's just entirely because of his own personal agenda in Scotland. God damn, dude. They built some windmills near the coastline of his golf course, and he hates them so much. He hates them so much. It's crazy. Like, obviously, it's in line with the whole, you know, I hate renewable energy. We got to go all in on fossil fuels and oil and gas. But I think his like additional smoke for windmills directly stem from his own personal anger. I wrote a paper about his hatred of windmills almost 10 years ago, about his comments 25 years ago. Yeah, he's had smoke for windmills since they created an aesthetic problem for his golf course.
Expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy.
You don't need subsidies? Huh, that's interesting. What about the fossil fuel industry then? Excuse me. What energy production in the United States of America does not rely on billions of dollars of subsidies? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my God. There is nothing. There's no major industry in this country that doesn't require a tremendous amount of subsidies. How much are the subsidies for fossil fuel in 2024? Let's see. No, he's talking about renewables. He's talking about renewables need subsidies this bad. The International Energy Agency calculated the fossil fuel consumption subsidies stood at $620 billion in 2023. It's a sharp decline from the record sum of more than $1.2 trillion in 2022, the year where energy prices soared sharply in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Other calculations taking into account the wider ramifications come out with a much bigger number. This is like the globe. I want to see what the American subsidies look like. According to the IMF, the U.S. government ranks second in the world in its support of the oil and gas industry. The U.S. federal and state governments give fossil fuel industry over $20.5 billion in support each year through the tax code, inadequate royalty rates, and direct funding. So y'all are paying higher energy prices while those guys got more of your taxes? I mean, America doesn't pay that high in energy prices. To be fair. In comparison to the rest of the world, I feel like our energy prices are relatively low. This has a good pie chart. Fact sheet, proposal to reduce fossil fuel subsidies. Fossil fuel tax breaks eliminated by the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. A grand total of $96.9 billion, $97 billion. What? Reform taxation of foreign fossil fuel income is at $66 billion. Repeal expend. No, that's like. Is it reasonable to think that Trump is threatening to take over the Panama Canal in Greenland in order to get kicked out of NATO instead of outright leaving NATO? Okay. A lot of people are terrified of Donald Trump leaving NATO and were when he was president, and he didn't do it last time. And I don't think he's going to do it this time either. He'll extract more money from other NATO countries for the security partnership. It's basically NATO is a protection racket that benefits the United States of America. We are NATO. Without NATO, we do not have control over the entire globe. Okay. I'm pretty sure no matter how stupid Donald Trump is, he still understands that reality. And given his track record of backing down from certain things, whenever he gets like a tremendous amount of criticism, or backing away from certain initiatives when it actually harms the bottom line of his big donors, Donald Trump was never actually going to go against NATO. NATO is profoundly important for the military-industrial complex, and Donald Trump understands how important that is. It's also very important for continued American imperialism around the globe.
But when you build these massive towers, I mean, they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in...
What are the benefits of being subscribed to you? You can avoid ads at the top of the hour, even though I don't run them anymore. But you can act like you're avoiding them. You can send me links. You can use the emotes all around the website. What else? You can avoid like certain slowdowns and stuff like that in the chat every now and then. You can get subscriber access on the Discord as well. And you get to support the stream, the broadcast. This is the #1 revenue stream for the broadcast. This is the only revenue stream for the HasanAbi broadcast, really. That's it. Israel spends 5% and is in a constant state of war. Russia spends 6% while at war with Ukraine being supplied by NATO. 5% spending would basically mean war with Russia, or it is, again, a stupid negotiation tactic for a ridiculously high starting bid. May Poontang, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads, even though everyone can no longer see the ads. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
The Massachusetts area with the whales.
So does your merch fund your crippling gambling addiction? My crippling gambling addiction. Yes, famously. No, the merch margins are rather non-existent.
Where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And
not trying to overtly gas you up, but I hope people understand how much money you don't get because you don't run ads. The ad programs are how most people, even big streamers, make most of their revenue on stream. Yes, 100%.
And they had actually...
Zylax, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn.
Over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster. It's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years, you have to
Does
redo
it?
them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them?
Yeah, famously, fossil fuels are not notoriously polluting the environment, whereas the disposition or the discarding of windmill turbines is what is like really ruining the planet. That's what's famously fossil fuels, no pollution, clean coal, baby, clean gas, clean oil. Not disposition, disposal. Sorry.
And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down. And you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say. So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately, to all of the other elements of
SF Dubs,
what we do,
thank you for
what
the
we're
5
going to
gifted
do,
subs.
to take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it, I know it, the Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a
Funny how he doesn't bring up the 8,000 zombie oil wells in Texas. Yeah, the environmental impact in the aftermath of its use cycle for a wind turbine is so minuscule in comparison to the oil and gas industry and their, you know, broadly accepted horrifying practices. I don't even, like, putting it up side by side with one another is just like insane. It's like comparing getting tickled by a child to being shot directly in the head with a .50 caliber. What are we doing? What kind of conversation is this? And it is so, like, it's just so stupid, but it doesn't matter. I need you guys to understand something, okay? I need you to understand something. Things are going to get worse. People are going to get dumber, okay? And what the truth does not matter. Is it true about the whales, though? No, dude, it is not true about the... Scientists have found zero link between the mass die-off of whales and the wind turbines, and the speculation is that it's most likely climate change that's contributing to whales committing suicide by higher numbers rather than the wind turbines. So if anything, it's yeah, if you worry about the whales, you should worry about the sonar instead. The only time where the wind turbines are somewhat disruptive to the ecosystem is when they're being built. That's it.
a big thing, but you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal. They're being fired up with coal. And we're going to build bigger and better ones. People like Hussein that are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into grid, the grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the list since we won the election, a couple of months since we won the election. The whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me. They said, thank you, thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that he got as that should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left. And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too. That's a tough one. Much tougher than it would have been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Wanted to touch on the world on fire that you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal.
I think that Donald Trump is not exactly a student of history. Okay? And I think the only reason why he knows about the Jimmy Carter situation is because he did the thing with Netanyahu, a similar thing with Netanyahu. That's what I think. I think there's no other reason for this man to know anything about Jimmy Carter, okay? Bold of you to assume he's a student of anything. I mean, I'm saying he's not. The only thing he's a student of is he's a student of the streets, okay? The school of hard knocks, where he got an A+, baby. That's right. The art of the deal, more like art of the steal. Yep. Green New Steel. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Okay.
Canal now because, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person. But that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive. They say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election, even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could just follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said
considering military force to acquire Panama.
Wait, what? Trump invites us to reimagine our communities and to see national borders as artificially drawn lines. Oh my God, is he about to hit the Giannis Varoufakis line? Borders are a scar on the face of the earth.
To acquire Panama and Greenland, are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. They make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber.
Dude, everyone is so woke. Everyone's a liberal, dude. He's like, borders are artificially drawn lines only when I want to annex our neighboring sovereign state. Oh, dude. He's Mr. Border Wall. What do you mean? I thought, wait, even this guy's dropped the whole wall aesthetic. The party realignment is here. MAGA communism now. MAGA communism forever. That's right. I'm saying it. ACP was right. Jackson Hinkledink was right, dude. He said no borders, abolish class, abolish currency. We are looking at a future of a moneyless, classless, borderless society.
We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber.
That's wild. No wall equals no border. He's at least consistent. What is Jesse Waters saying about it? The thing is, like, they're all memeing about it, but I don't know if they're memeing.
Canada. At first I wanted it, and I tried to divide it into 2 states. And then I realized we'd be adding Montana, basically, for the Republicans, and electorally like a Texas for the Democrats. And I don't like that. But the fact that they don't want us to take them over makes me want to invade. I want to quench my imperialist thirst.
Like, what? I can't tell if this is, I feel like they're still joking about it, but they're so stupid and so bloodthirsty. I honestly don't know if they are joking.
Just before, it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe?
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. You've
well,
got,
not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So you've got like what you've got. At this point, would you, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep supporting them during the negotiations?
Well, I wouldn't tell you if that were the case.
Would you make a commitment to provide a security guarantee if they do enter into an armistice or a ceasefire along the lines that the French and the Germans?
So, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that that's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal, which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. Years ago when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said, they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion. That was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They said, oh, that's a threatening statement. Well, they weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it openly, I said it to President Zelensky, Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money that we're in. Now, whether you like that situation or not, Europe is much more affected than the United States. We have a thing called the ocean in between us, right? Why are we in for billions and billions of dollars more money than Europe? And, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up. And yet Europe is in for a small fraction of the number the United States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills. And they all, one stood up. I won't say who. You'll probably have it because the papers, the media hated to report on it. But a prime minister stood up from a country, a famous meeting of 28 nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up. He says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that point it was 2%. But many people didn't pay. Some people didn't pay anything. but many people were way, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5%?
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat.
I think out of all the stuff he's saying, the one that he wants the most, bro, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's hard to figure out what they're memeing about and what they're being serious about and what they will actually genuinely attempt to do. Like, there, you got Greenland on the one side, you got the Panama Canal on the other, and you got Canada. And I truly don't know. I don't know. Then, of course, they're talking about the whole situation with, NATO. At least it's not the immigrants anymore. Dog, what are you talking about? He said he's going to deport 17 million people. Like, he said that's day one. They've already moved. That I do believe they will take initiatives against. Like, that I think they're going to move on with. I just don't know, out of the foreign policy side, governments and the tightly wound international cooperative agreements and all these other countries and their own personal interests and whatnot could play a role in undermining some of these goals, right? That's just the way I see it, but I don't know.
Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in. That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Mr. President, two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you were going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had
so
people.
We're kicking out immigrants, but also taking Canada and Greenland. I mean, the Canada one is the silliest one, I think, out of everything that he's stating. But, like... The Canada one is, the annexation of Canada is the stupidest one that he's mentioning out of everything that he's talking about. Like, but Panama Canal, having like some kind of security cooperation over the Panama Canal, that I can see. Having American military bases on Greenland, and a security cooperation over Greenland, that I can see. Notice how he doesn't talk about annexing Mexico. That's because he wants to put all the immigrants there. And then he wants to bomb Mexico. So that's what we're doing with Mexico. We're going to push all the immigrants there and then we're going to bomb it. Because we're fighting the cartels.
In some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please. Please.
On Jack Smith's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially we were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking...
Well, I won't tell you that because that's part of a military strategy, but I will say it was Turkey. Turkey's been after that country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about, the Kurds I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies. They hate each other. But he didn't do that yet, and he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened.
Bro said natural enemies like they're Pokemon, dude. Yeah. As a Turk, the Kurd is my natural enemy. You know, since I'm a Pokemon, and I see a Kurd, and I think, and then the Pokemon fight music starts. Bum, 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 bum. Brr, 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 brr. Oh no, it's a Kurd type. It's a Kurd type Pokemon. That is my natural enemy. Meanwhile, we got the Greeks right there. How are you going to discount the real natural enemy of the Turk? Turkish people are the first to recognize that if a Kurdish person was like, oh, lahmacun is our food too, they'd be like, yeah, that's right. But God forbid they hear an Armenian say that. Let me tell you, okay? If the Kurds were like, baklava is our thing, Turkish people would be like, yeah, that's fine. But if a Greek said that, oh my Lord. The area is treacherous. There are far more natural enemies. You understand me?
Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of
By the way, I
Syria?
have the envoy here. Is that in the back? It is. Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for months, and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question. Is Hamas
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Sir,
I didn't
I
know Steve was going to be here, actually.
Neither did I.
He's done a fantastic job, and it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal-making he does. Now he sees a lot of big danger. Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you a second part of that? Hamas
Yeah, just one second, please. I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Well, I think we're making a lot of progress, and I don't want to say too much because I think they're doing a really good job back in Doha. I'm leaving tomorrow back to go to Doha, but I think that we've had some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the President. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the President, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation. And
you know this motherfucker got the job because he has a Mar-a-Lago membership, okay? I'm sorry. This is the most... I don't know anything about this dude. I don't know nothing about his background. This is the most Mar-a-Lago dentist guy I've ever seen, okay? Looking like a fish out of water. It's like, yeah, that's right. Oh my God, he's a real estate investor, landlord, and founder of the Witkoff Group. Oh my God. Wait, what's his experience? He was involved in financing the Fontainebleau Las Vegas? That's... Oh my God, it's worse. He's not even a dentist. Oh my God. On September 15, 2024, Witkoff was playing golf with Trump at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, Florida, when the suspected assassination on Trump was attempted. Oh my God. I didn't want to lock it so hard, but God damn, he is so he is so predictable. It's crazy.
So hopefully it'll all work out and we'll save some lives. I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way. But I think it's the president, his stature, what he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night.
Are you confident there'll be a deal before January 20th, or is that something that's likely to happen, if there's a deal even at all? We've been hearing this now for the better part of.
I know. I would say.
They better be.
Right. I would say that the president is exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but look, I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better do this, because the alternative.
Do you think they're waiting for President Trump to take office?
No, I think they heard him loud and clear. Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will be paid, all hell must be paid if they don't release the hostages.
Well, do I have to define it for you? Look, all hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have given them back a long time. They should have never taken them. There should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was.
Yeah, people forget October 7th all the time, man.
Are killed. They're no longer hostages. I have people from Israel and others calling, begging me to get, we had also people there from the United States, just so you know. They're holding some so-called hostages from the U.S. But I've had mothers come to me and fathers crying, can I get the body of their son back? Can I get the body of their daughter back? That beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? So she's dead. Like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl. And the way they treated her. And I just say it this very simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person. They respect him over there already. It's what we needed over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people, they're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I tell this, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
God, I love how much he loves
40
peace,
police officers
man.
were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed. And there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it. We're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She had never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd. And the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. The other thing is, when they talk, there was never charges of insurrection or anything like that. But if there were, this would be the only insurrection in history where people went in as insurrectionists with not one gun, okay? And let me tell you, the people that you're talking about have a lot of guns in their home for hunting and for shooting and for entertainment, a lot of good reasons. But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? They know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is. The status of the FBI has gone down so far, and the status of the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice, being laughed at all over the world.
That would be DOI, stupid.
And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back. If you do a poll in the FBI, I guarantee I'm at like 90% with the agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, you think of the FBI, they raided this house. By the way, they could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them, I actually told them, come in anytime you want. You can see anything. They raided the house and the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that. And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the president of the United States and I'm suing the United States, but I'm suing them for other things too. The FBI has gone its reputation has been so horribly hurt between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the others. What's happened to the FBI is, and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make the FBI great again. We're going to make the Department of Justice fair and strong, but fair again. because all they did was attack me because I'm their political opponent, and that includes with local judges like Marchand. You ought to find out. Ask them, why do I have a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak? Think of it. I'm the President of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their case. He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Back on Greenland, your position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take specific actions to drop plans? And can you elaborate again? You did rule out military coercion.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to drop plans for acquisition? I mean, are you actively?
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Musk has drawn some
China's over there like licking its
some of
lips.
his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate for?
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't.
Yeah, start sanctioning every European country. Allow China to get the microchip technology from the Netherlands. Lose out on any sort of global influence that we might have had. Allow China to become even more of a leader in multiple key sectors. Masterful gambit.
Don't know the people you're talking about. He was, I know he said some negative things about a couple of people that are running for office, but that's not so unusual. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you about Ukraine and Putin. How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because every day people are being, many young people are being killed, soldiers. The land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets.
What does that have to do with anything?
Within the first 3 to 6 months.
I hope to have 6 months. No, I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened.
Who would you like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair for the board?
I'll be announcing somebody.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States.
I think it's pretty awesome that Donald Trump is so vehemently opposed to Biden and the Democratic Party that he ends up making like a weird argument that it's not actually Vladimir Putin's fault that he invaded Ukraine. It's actually still Joe Biden's fault. It's not actually Hamas's fault that they did October 7. It's actually Joe Biden's fault that October 7 happened. He's not even hitting the American enemies. Our foreign adversaries are violent and awful narratives that you normally would hear from any other American president, because he's so obsessed with being like, no, it's the Democrats. It's dope. I don't think they care about saving the U.S. empire at this point. I think they just want to capitalize on the inevitable collapse and loot the U.S. economy post-USSR oligarch style. I mean, but that's what that's what holds everything together.
The leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstances will ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir, real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire them?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States. That would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber.
What?
We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers. And Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down. I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. They send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We get a lot of milk. We get a lot of everything, and we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors, but we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state, but if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canada has blocked the DOJ from releasing the Smiths report until further court proceedings. Get your thoughts on that.
Well, that's a big story.
Yeah.
So if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ having to do with books and records, and Biden had many more, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act, I was. But all of that fake stuff that took the lives of people, I mean, literally destroyed people. People are destroyed because of what they did. Destroyed.
What?
We got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial, right? But so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the, so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is Doreen Jack Smith. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court, and that pertained to other cases in other courts. So he wanted to do a report just before I take office probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is I'm just hearing that they're not allowed to issue the report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be, because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report. That's great news. Yeah. Good.
And if I can just follow up real quickly, you want to comment? Many Americans are angry that we're sending millions of dollars every month to the Taliban. Do you anticipate?
It's not even believable. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions. We pay billions of dollars to essentially the Taliban, Afghanistan. And that's given by Biden. That's the same man that took away $50 to $60 trillion worth of value from the United States. Think of it, probably our most valuable asset. Took away our most valuable asset. This can't be allowed to happen. We are now a nation of common sense. When he does that, 625 million acres, this can't be allowed to happen. Thank you for the information. Yes, most other people probably knew about it, but they wouldn't have told me, right?
On the campaign trail, you vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores very fast.
Yeah, we won't do it
fast. But then you recently told Time Magazine that bringing down prices would be very hard. So what can the American people expect when you get into office?
It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did, but we'll bring them down. We'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices. We're going to have a lot of energy, and energy is what brought it up. Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up, and energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. As an example, food, bacon, ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof. It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country. They released their prisoners, their murderers. Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our cities and farmland all over. Murders, people that have killed, many, 32% have killed more than one person. They released them from their jails, their prisons, and their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. I believe that's the reason we got such a large vote. Right, maybe one or two more questions? Yeah, please, go ahead.
32% have killed more than one person?
Late in state today in Washington, you had some harsh words for him about the Panama Canal. Is there any disconnect there? Do you feel a little bit bad about doing that on this day?
No, I liked him as a man. I disagreed with his policy. So, hey, he thought giving away the Panama Canal was a good thing.
Brother, he says in the same breath that there are 20 million undocumented migrants currently on U.S. soil, and then turns around and claims that 32% of undocumented migrants have killed at least one person. Like, what he's describing is what he's describing is mathematically impossible. Okay? Let's say it's 30%. 30%. That's 22 million, 2 million times 3, 6 million. That means 6 million undocumented migrants have killed more than one person. Okay? That's at least 6 to 12 million people that have been murdered by undocumented migrants in a country where the total population is 330 million. COVID killed 1 million plus, and that was devastating. Can you imagine? What is this fucking statistic, man? No, he said that 32% of the murderers killed more than one person. Oh, he's saying that out of the undocumented migrants that murdered people, 32% of them killed more than one person. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. Because there's what? 29 cases yearly of homicide and manslaughter. No. There's 29 cases of yearly of homicide or manslaughter from undocumented migrants. 29, 20. I mean, 29. Not 29,000, not 2,900, not 290, 29. So yeah, maybe 30% of 29 were actually people that ended up killing more than one person. 20, 29. Okay, shut up. Don't make fun of me. I'm stupid. You're not allowed to make fun of me anymore because I'm stupid.
I think it cost him the election. That and the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger factor because that's a deal that just should not have been made. But again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. But people don't bring it up. But, you know, you and other people have asked me about it. No, it's a deal that I was very strongly against. I was a young guy when this took place. But just why would we spend all of that money, lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito? They were dying. It was horrible what was happening.
Oh, my God. Remember that? Mosquito. It just reminded me. It reminded me. 38,000. 38,000 dead. Because of the mosquito. Come on, someone has that old video. I think it's him talking to Jonathan Swan. Oh my God, I'm such a Trump stan. Why do I know this? You don't remember this Trump? I'm a ball knower, dude, when it comes to Trump. It was with Jonathan Swan, I believe. I'll look it up. Yeah, my hyperfixation is Donald Trump.
There are those that say, you can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the
What
books.
manuals?
Read the books.
What books?
What testing does
I'm
is
sorry,
it shows, wait a minute,
who
John,
said-
let me explain. What testing does, it shows cases. It shows where the
This is when he was like completely falling apart, dude. This was a crazy time.
may be cases.
I've covered you for a long time. I've gone to your rallies. I've talked to your people. They love you. They listen.
No, it's not Jonathan Swan, I don't think. It's not that COVID interview. I know it well. Are you sure?
Now, in all fairness,
Daily
here, then, you look, here is the
death. Korea. The US has intelligence with him.
I have never, it was real.
It was Johnson.
Well, Johnson did.
You think the Civil Rights Act was a
How has it
mistake?
worked out?
Oh, it's with Tucker.
Why
That's
is
the
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called.
Bro, this is so funny. Watching Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump talk about Chinese imperialism like they're, you know, Destiny dick riders. I wonder if this will cause anyone to reconsider their assessment as massive liberals. Probably not.
Called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, you know, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito.
I love that. Where he just like increasingly gets funnier and funnier. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito.
We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, you know, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was.
They paid them 4 times more than they would make in the United States, but they knew they were going to go over there and die. And they died in the jungles of malaria. There was nothing we could do to stop it. 38,000. And then we gave it away for $1.
Without getting their agenda through Congress, you appeared to open the door in your radio interview yesterday for 2 bill approaches. It's still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you have said.
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if 2 is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. You know, they tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way. And we had, fortunately, a judge that stopped that. But they were already discarding the wall. And 5 cents on the dollar. And you know what they were doing? They were calling us up and saying, we'll sell it back to you at 200 cents. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. And fortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should. But think of it. They were selling the wall that was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol.
I don't know who he's talking about now. Who's selling the wall? Like, just like a wall salesman? What? Like, is he talking about how like private wall salesmen were grifting the government or something? He got real animated too. This is like right in the pocket. This is his own. This is when you know he's like, he loves wheeling and dealing. So he's like, oh yeah, they tried to come after, they tried to take over, they tried to sell me a wall for the price point. I said, ain't no way, Jose.
Wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar, exactly as they want. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy, 7,000-pound concrete, which is a very strong concrete. Everything was top of the line. Very expensive. Would be double what we paid for it then, 6 years ago. But let me just tell you, they were selling it for 5 cents on the dollar to people, and those people were calling us, asking us to pay them 200 cents because it's a good deal because we can have it immediately. And you know what immediately is? Just leave it in place. No, the papers haven't written that, though.
It's so funny. He's just going real estate mode. He just went real estate developer mode in the middle of a 1 hour Mar-a-Lago press conference. Randomly, he locked in and went into developer mode. He's like, they're trying to get me. The raw materials are so expensive. These guys are crazy. What are they doing? It's like the president should not be this deeply involved with one singular aspect of the American government's broad network of affairs. Okay. He's like, he knows every part of that deal.
That deal is like all the other things that these people do. These people either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheat and be stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar and trying to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
Meta announced that it would stop putting fact checks on posts on its website. And Meta said today it would stop putting fact checks on its website and instead allow community to
Well, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it.
Bro, that's so funny. All it took was like a couple million from Mark Zuckerberg. Trump is now like, Meta is very good. I like it. I will be talking about that in a little bit, but you need to understand. Facebook already was like a right-wing, an incredibly right-wing network, obviously. It's an incredibly right-wing platform. That's where all the grandparents are. But I think it's important for people to recognize that a lot of the platforms that you rely on for communication, for dissemination of information, for getting, new things, for learning new things, they are almost entirely, they're controlled by psychopathic right-wing billionaires, okay? And they're no longer even hiding that they are, openly right-wing. So just something to remember. At least back in the day, they used to try to act like they were libbed up to a certain degree. And it's gone. Even the aesthetics are gone. Even the optics are gone. That's how that's how thoroughly liberalism has been defeated. Yes, this is on 1.25 speed, by the way, chatters. Of course, Donald Trump can't speak this fast. China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology announced Tuesday that the country will implement a superfast 10 gig optical network pilot projects in certain cities and regions in 2025. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. They're pooping on us, chat. They are pooping on us. China is farting on us, dude, every day. Every day that I am alive. That's downloading Wukong in 15 seconds. Oh, yeah.
Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past? With these
Probably.
questions?
Yeah, probably.
The last time you were here, you were asked a question about the U.S. possibly launching a preemptive strike on Iran. You said you wouldn't answer that question.
On who?
Obviously, on Iran. The U.S. launching a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities.
And I said I don't talk about it. It's a military strategy.
But it is a legitimate question.
Well, it's not really, because only a stupid person would answer it. Look, it's a military strategy, and I'm not answering your questions on military strategy. All right, one more. Brian, go ahead. Brian.
Could you give us a preview of what you might be talking to leaders of Congress who are expected to come here in the next couple of days? And you've got a very supportive Congress behind you.
Yeah, they're great. So we have a wonderful Republican Congress. We have a leader that I have a lot of confidence in. I think he's going to be hopefully a great leader, a great speaker. And we have a leader, by the way, in the Senate. I think has been great.
Honest question, because I don't know. Do they have widespread AC usage in China as they do in the U.S.? I don't know. China is very America coded, so maybe in the tier 1 cities. I've never been. Someone can shed light on that. But China is so American coded in so many meaningful ways. Like, yes, they have public transit, but they also have a heavy car reliant infrastructure. And I suspect that their tier 1 cities are probably very similar to America. And therefore have AC most likely.
Great. John Thune has been doing a fantastic job.
Have you even been to China? No, I haven't. That's what I just explained. I don't. We got very good public transit. I know. I said that they have very good public transit, but they also have like a web of you know, super highways and things like that
First.
too.
And the question is whether or not we do the 2 bills or 1 bill. And, you know, look, I can live either way. I like the idea of the one big bill, but I can live either way. But they'll be coming down. The senators also will be coming down. And then ultimately we'll be meeting in the White House in a few weeks. But right now this is the winter season. You know, they sort of call this the winter White House. It was built, I don't know if you know this, Marjorie Meriwether Post and E.F. Hutton built this. It was the greatest of all the estates in our country. And I saved it, and I got a lot of credit for saving it. Most of these big, great houses have been knocked down in Palm Beach. Just about all of them, actually. And they, you know, you'd build 10 mansions on one site, but we saved it. But this was built as the Southern White House. And she gave it to the government. And, by the way, Jimmy Carter gave it back. He said it's too expensive for the United States. So I didn't realize that.
I was just told.
Actually, Jimmy Carter, Nixon was through Watergate. He came down. Nixon came here once, and he thought it was incredible. But he had a thing called Watergate, if anybody remembers that. And so he had other things on his mind, to put it mildly. And Jimmy Carter felt that it was too extravagant for the country. So fortunately for me, he gave it back to the foundation, and I bought it from the foundation.
On reconciliation, some Republicans saying in trade for a massive bill that you and they share the interest in, they want to see big spending cuts. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm okay with spending cuts. I like spending cuts. Just I'm on the record for spending cuts. And the debt ceiling was given to us. It shouldn't have been, but it was put in our lap. And what I want in terms of debt ceiling isn't the ceiling. I just don't want to see a default. That's all I want. I never talked about spending more money necessarily than all I want to see is no default. Because nobody knows what would happen if there was a default. It could be 1929 and it could be nothing. But that was put into our lap. And it shouldn't have been, but it was. And so we'll handle it. But debt ceiling is not about raising a lot of money. It's really just about extending it. I just want to see an extension.
Mr. President, sir, on immigration. How much can you do by executive order, are you planning to do on executive order when it comes to immigration? And how much do you want Congress to tackle this issue? And also on day one,
well, I had the safest border in the history of our country by far. You remember the famous chart that I brought down. I love that chart very much for a lot of reasons. But I have the safest border by far in the history of our country. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Nothing like it is now. This is 10 times worse. When I got elected because of the border the first time, and I think I got elected largely because of the border the third time. And the second time I did equally well. Well, not as well as the last time, but I did very well. And I will say, this was too big to rig. You know the expression? Too big to rig. They couldn't do it. They tried, but they couldn't do it. I didn't get very much from Congress at all. I just said that we're being invaded, and I took the money out of the military. Much of the wall, I built over 500 miles of wall. Much of that wall was built through money that I put into the military. We took it out because we couldn't get things from Congress in those days, and we took it out. And that wall was built largely with money coming from the military. So, very simple. I went to the military. I said, our country is being invaded by very similar, nothing like what's invading our country now. They weren't releasing prisons into our country, and they weren't releasing mental institutions in, but some bad dudes were coming in, right? And I said, Our country is being invaded. And I took that money largely from the military. I was sued 9 times by the Democrats in Congress, and I won all those suits. And we ended up building 571 miles of wall. Once that wall was built, they started going around it. So we're going to add another 200. That would have been up in 3 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election result. And they said, we don't want to put it up. We'll sell it. And they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar. What is that? So we'll do this again. I just want to thank everybody very much. I'm just telling you, this will be the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. We're going to have a great country again. We're a country right now under siege. We have so many different problems, and nobody respects us overseas, but now they do. The Italian prime minister, as you know, came here the other night, just flew in and flew out. She wanted to see me. And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the prime minister, the president, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job in the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Ukraine-Russia war before you take office. Can you clarify what you mean by military force in the Panama Canal?
No. You were probably right. More than half of Chinese citizens have ACs. What'd I tell you? China is the world's leading user on... What the hell is this? Oh, it's the ad blocker. China is the world's leader of... world's leading user of air conditioning with approximately 569 million units in use countrywide. The country's formidable energy infrastructure, along with raising affordability, has helped fuel the widespread use of cooling systems. Dude. Told you. $90 of U.S. homes have AC. Only 60% of Chinese homes have AC. Yeah. Have you been to Europe? My point is, China is so American coded. Like, they're such Ameriboos in many ways that it wouldn't shock me. China has 0.4 AC units per person, whereas America has 1.1. The ubiquity of air cooling is one thing America does better than any other country in the world. China just has more in gross. There are people that live in Phoenix, Arizona. I know. Guys, this wasn't even like a pro-China statement. This was more so to tell you that our greatest adversary is actually a lot closer in its attitudes towards consumption to us. That's all I was trying to say.
That was over an hour of Donald Trump giving a news conference, answering questions, and giving us some new information.
Unlike Eurocucks, unlike the Eurocucks that love to live in the heat for some weird reason, our Chinese counterparts are quite similar to us.
About what he intends to do, or at the very least, is not ruling out when he takes office, including not ruling out a military invasion to conquer Greenland, the Panama Canal, and perhaps the annexation of the country of Canada. There is a lot more to discuss. We have a terrific panel here. Caitlin Collins, you are our chief White House correspondent, in addition to all of your other titles. What's that?
13 more days to go.
Yeah, okay. But you obviously have been covering Donald Trump for a very long time. Before I get to you, I do want to play David Sanger, our friend at the New York Times, his question about the Panama Canal and on Greenland, and Donald Trump's response before you respond.
No, I can't assure you.
Have you ever researched Kowloon Walled City or played or heard of Shenmue? Yes to both, and I'm actually kind of obsessed with Kowloon Walled City. And I wish I was around. I wish I was around when it existed. I would have loved to visit. I don't know why. I know it's one of the scariest places or whatever at the time, and it was really, really. I know it was very dangerous. But having said that, I think there's something very cozy. I think there's something very cozy about living in the Kowloon walled city. I don't know why. I'm just saying that that's how it feels. It feels like you're constantly surrounded by a blanket. You
Holy
crave
shit, this is too exciting. In recent years, with the development of urban transportation, China has built many overpasses to reduce traffic congestion.
Hell yeah, baby. America on top.
Many of these overpasses are spectacular and complicated looking. Some of them are more exciting than roller coasters. Dense lanes of traffic crisscross the streets.
Only an American would look at this and go, you know what these superhighways, are just like roller coasters. So exciting. I'm sorry, this is the worst kind of autism to have, okay? Trains are like the highest level of autism you can have that's good. But if you're invested in superhighways, like if you have superhighway autism, like you are the worst. I mean, it must be great though, honestly. Like you're having the time of your life, dude. Imagine living in LA and having highway autism. Oh my God. Oh my God. One more lane. You don't even have to say, please, one more lane. Like train autists have to go far away, away from big city centers to go and even see a goddamn train sometimes. Whereas you could just sit in the middle of Los Angeles and not even wish for one more lane. Why then do you laud China's meteoric rise when they have a heavily consumerist culture and are doing nothing but spread global socialist movement like the U.S. and are doing nothing to spread global socialist movements like the USSR did during the Cold War? Do you believe having a multipolar world is just inherently good? Well, two things. The first, one, I like the heavy consumerist culture. I live in America. I don't have an issue with luxury goods or whatever. I actually think it's a perfect way to pacify people without actually engaging in direct harm. Okay? I myself like the concept of treats. I would not consider myself to be a treatlerite, okay, like many Americans are, but I do value the pacifying impact that treats have. Accessible treats. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of not doing anything to spread global socialist movements like the USSR did during the Cold War, very bad for China. I agree. And it's something that I do criticize quite frequently. Not that it matters, really. And last but not least, do I believe having a multipolar world is just inherently good? It depends on what the other poles are doing. Okay? I don't think that it's inherently good. If America was actually the global unifying hegemon that it presents itself as, and not a violent, dare I say, fascist, bloodthirsty empire that has its tentacles in every orifice, firmly entrenched in the global south, extracting natural resources and consistently keeping the global south population servile for its own treat interest, then yeah, I would say that's great. Who cares if there's one pole or two poles or multi-poles, you know? Now, as far as my conversation about China, I see China as I see, I don't know, like I use examples of Norway all the time, right? When talking about the direction that we should move towards, like the nationalization of the extraction industry. Why is it that you, delayed autistic guppy, and many other Americans don't ever take issue with that when I mention that, but as soon as I point to something that the Chinese government is doing that I think we should learn lessons from Everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. One quintillion people China killed. Hello? You wanna kill all the crows. You want a cultural revolution. You want struggle sessions in every corner. You want everyone to be eating dim sum. What the hell's going on? I mean, I didn't say any of that. I point to other countries that are, doing good things and bad things. And I hope that Americans can learn, lessons of good governance from other countries. Also, mandatory dim sum Mondays does bang, honestly. That sounds amazing. We in Norway going towards you Americans, though. More privatization, and we're getting very right-wing government next election. No, I know. I'm just saying that, like, it's like pointing to the NHS and saying that while it is in a dire situation, it does not matter. Ultimately, it's a significantly better version of healthcare than the one that we have. The argument isn't that Norway's amazing, okay? And does everything right. I'm saying that there are other countries out there that are doing things that we could be doing as well. And I utilize China as a good example as well. I am of the mindset, and I mean this with all sincerity, that if China was not initially considered a foreign adversary, but was like a country comprised of mostly white people and was always like historically within the bosom of American empire, we would never in a million years talk about how bad it is. I mean, there are, like, France is a great example. Look at the way that France has dominated its African colonies to this day. There is never a peep about that. Okay? Nobody ever talks about that because, or not crows, sparrows. I apologize. Yes, killing the sparrows. Like, we do a whole bunch of evil around the planet, and many of our foreign allies engage in similar acts as well. But we just don't ever have the same critical lens that we do, that we extend to our foreign adversaries. This doesn't mean that our foreign adversaries are doing good. I think it just like freaks people out when I look at China as another country that sometimes does bad and sometimes does good. Does that make sense? That's it. No nation is altruistic. All nations are, if there's one nation that's like the closest to an altruistic one, I would say it's Cuba. But outside of that, no nation is like purely, there's no purely altruistic nation. It just doesn't, every nation is self-interested. The problem is America is also self-interested, except it doesn't even, its bounty does not even distribute back to its citizens evenly. Okay? That's it. Ireland is also somewhat also altruistic, I guess, close to it. Israel, hello. Yeah, Israel, the most altruistic nation, altruistically dishing out bombs.
You on either of those two, but I can say this: we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal.
Okay, so the question is, Caitlin, how much of this is Donald Trump trying to negotiate and posturing and warning them? And how much do you really think he means it, particularly given the fact that a big part of his consistent campaign message for 8 years has been, I'm going to get us out of wars?
Well, I mean, it was an extraordinary moment, one of the most extraordinary moments of that press conference, where he was refusing to rule out using military force to retake the Panama Canal, something that he himself brought up, I should note, in this press conference when a reporter later asked, why are you bringing this up? Obviously, it's a signature achievement of Jimmy Carter's. He's about to be lying in state here in Washington. Trump said he was asked about it, but Trump brought it up in his opening remarks. It's something that he's been quite fixated on behind the scenes, from what I've heard from sources in the past few weeks on this issue, complaining about Chinese influence. Obviously, this was a signature achievement of Jimmy Carter's. He believed it improved relations with Latin America for the United States, and still, it's one of his biggest accomplishments that people talk about. But Trump there saying that he would not rule out using military force to retake it is not something that should be treated as with bluster. I mean, Trump is coming into this White House and is intentionally staffing his administration with aides who will not block what he wants to do or what he ultimately seeks. There were many instances in his first term where he wanted to do something, but advisors either convinced him not to, or Republican lawmakers did. That is not going to be the same Washington that we are encountering in 13 days from now when Trump takes office. So I would treat everything he said there quite seriously. I mean, moments after he said he wanted to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's going to advocate for that. But I do want to say, one of the biggest things that stood out to me from that press conference, from moments when Trump got out there before he even started taking questions, is the level of anger.
He's really agitated.
Well, we know why. He made it quite clear a few moments in. It's two things. It's his legal issues overall, but it's the sentencing that he is facing on Friday that so far is still, Judge Merchan has denied efforts to delay it. His attorneys are still working to do so. And two, it's this report by Jack Smith that we are told is imminent and is going to come out. Trump was informed during that Judge Cannon down in Florida has tried to temporarily block that. Well, it's not a settled matter. We'll see if it's successful. But his level of anger over that is unmistakable. He has not been this angry since he won the election.
And John, I wanted to intentionally start a little bit micro on Panama and on Greenland, particularly since his son is in Greenland as we speak. But I do want to sort of open it up a little and talk big picture about your takeaway from, as Caitlin just said.
It is remarkable. Somebody who is 2 weeks from resuming the presidency of the United States, who, whether you voted for him or not, whether you like him or not, just engineered a remarkable historical political comeback, is so whiny and so full of grievances. Now, that is Donald Trump's trademark. That has been his trademark since he came down that escalator. He uses grievance to keep his people together, to keep his base together, and to keep his team loyal. But he came out, clearly, his lawyers had access to the Jack Smith report at a private meeting here in Washington, D.C. They have briefed him on it. He is going to now try to use every legal power he can to prevent its release. You could see how angry he was about it. There's the sentencing on Friday. He was beating up on Joe Biden, who, yes, is using his powers on the way out to sign executive orders to do things that Donald Trump fundamentally disagrees with.
As Trump also did.
As Trump also did. Welcome to American politics. But talking about how he's inheriting a mess. He's inheriting the strongest economy in the world. It has troubles, it has potholes, it has issues, but he's inheriting the strongest economy in the world. And the Biden team is working with him, as Donald Trump's own negotiator acknowledged, on the very difficult issues in the Middle East, about hostage releasing and about trying to finally bring about a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. His negotiator was very polite and respectful of the Biden administration. Trump was quite scornful and not factual.
Can I just say, I thought that was like a bookend to the interview Susie Wiles did, who was also very respectful when she talked to Axios about Jeff Zients, the current White House chief of staff. So you have Steve Witkoff on one end talking about working so well with the Biden team in tandem on an issue as fraught as trying to get these hostages out. You had Susie Wiles on the front end yesterday saying that the chief of staff, the current Biden chief of staff, is doing everything very kind. And yet, in the middle of all that, you have Donald Trump trying to gin up this notion, to your point about grievance, saying that they're throwing everything at this to make this a very difficult transition.
Everybody's still out to get him. He just won an election, and then he questioned the election again, too. It was too big to rig, he said. He won the election. He won the popular vote. He should be celebrating. He should be coming into Washington. Yes, he has very narrow majorities in the House and the Senate. It's going to be difficult to get things done, but this should be someone who is upbeat and happy to come in, but he is still full of grievances because it is his organizing principle. But there are a lot of lies in there. That was a trailer. That was an hour-long trailer for the next 4 years, in that he tells a lot of lies. He hedges, he exaggerates and hypes a lot of things. But
I forgot that it's still sped up.
he also made a ton of news.
You are Turkish. This is true.
There, you're right. You're right about the idea that it's posturing, but
I think defending Biden to this degree, or is still at this day, is pretty cool.
The idea that he couldn't rule out using either economic leverage or military force to take Greenland and the Panama Canal. He says he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Mm-hmm. Canada, our closest friend in the world, our neighbor to the north, a giant economic...
Okay, here's another prediction. I've been sporadically splicing predictions, okay, throughout the past couple of days. I think that... One, here, I'll put these in my notes app as I go along, okay? Predictions. Number one, okay? Trump gets Bibi to secure hostage deal where North Gaza is permanently annexed, only to re-up plus rearm Israel as it increases its hostilities in West Bank to perma-annex West Bank. Obviously, this is a gimme. Trump, Elon, fallout, crash and burn. Another prediction that I've had consistently. Some of these are gonna come across as like I'm actually actually you've heard these before, and that's because I've been saying them for a while. Okay. So you're going to be very familiar with them. Okay? Trump, Elon, fallout, crash and burn. The other thing I was going to say, frick. Aggressive prosecution, indirect violation of First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment, worse than even Brandon. Mamala writes her book. Yeah, Mamala writes her book. It sucks. Everyone makes fun of her. In parentheses, career over. What was I gonna say? Oh. Absolutely no hashtag liberal resistance. No lib resistance this time. Trump and Trumpian far right politics are now the norm. Institutions that previously would present themselves as liberal now behave openly and outwardly right wing. Okay. Mass deportation initiatives are started, but inevitably, yeah, and I found them, but I don't know. What is this? Mass deportation issues are started but never reached the numbers Trump promises, since it's quite negatively impactful on the economy. RFK dies in a very weird way where it takes a long time to figure out what did it. That's a joke prediction, okay? What else? What else? What else? What else? Trump gives BB to secure a hostage deal where North Gaza is permanently annexed only to re-up and rearm Israel as it increases hostilities in West Bank to permanently annex West Bank. Aggressive prosecution in direct violation of First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment, worse than even Brandon. Mamala writes her book, It Sucks. Everyone makes fun of her. Career over. No lib resistance this time. Trump and Trumpian far-right politics are now the norm. Institutions that previously would present themselves as liberal now behave openly and outwardly right-wing. Trump, Elon, fallout, crash and burn. Mass deportation initiatives are started but never reach the numbers Trump promises since it's quite negatively impactful on the economy. RFK dies in a very weird way where it takes a long time to figure out what did it. Telephone off. Oh, I forget. This is like 2025 predictions. This is just for the year. Well, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. So, pepper in a few more happy ones. There are no happy predictions. The country is on the pooper. The world is on the pooper. The institution thing already happened with Meta. Take that prediction off. Okay, like I said, some of these things I've already been predicting for a while, okay? That's a repeat. Me saying institutions that would previously present themselves as liberal now behave outwardly right-wing is not a new thing that I've said. I've been saying that. That's why I said some of the stuff that I'm talking about, you will obviously say, well, you know, I've heard this before, and it's because I've said it before. What else? What else? What else? Bro, trying to gatekeep obvious predictions. I mean, yeah, all predictions are obvious if you spend enough time in here. China doesn't attack Taiwan. Now, that's an interesting one. I was a hardliner on that last year, but here's what I think. And this goes along with my predictions in general, but it's like this is a broad one. It's not just for 2025, but like we are fully gearing up for war with China. Liberals who previously critiqued Trump will defend him on his initiatives in this direction. Also, I think the Trump and Elon crash and burn, many people think it's going to be over. People think it's going to be over narcissism. Oh, fuck, I don't know how to spell it. Whatever. People think it's because Elon, they're thin-skinned, but it's actually also going to be over China. And Elon's connection to China. Anyway, this is like some of it. I'll add more to this. I don't think Canada will not be annexed into the U.S. Security agreements over Panama and maybe Greenland. No annexation. PP victory for Canada. Does Elon have a Does Elon have a connection to China? He has a massive Tesla factory in Shanghai. I'm on too many medications to become a state. Good luck. I think your annexation predictions are going to turn out like Ukraine versus Russia. You think we're going to annex Canada? I find that really strange, but who knows? Depending on how EU reacts, either American hegemony is permanently shattered, or their fears of China cause the EU to also treat Trump like a savior. Europe far right swing continues. What else? At least one very devastating natural disaster. At least one. Massively consequential natural disaster. I mean, that's again a lock, but Clarence Thomas definitely, retires. That's will happen. Natural disaster is basically the free space. You're right. On bingo. It's literally a free space. I feel like the Midwest is getting major tornadoes in the next year or so. That's bullshit. You have to predict minimum number of natural disaster. I'm telling you, it's one. At least one. I'm feeling 3, but I'm not. I'm going to say at least one. Okay, for Death Watch. Oh wait. As far as like celebrities and culture goes, more celebrities are openly Trump. I think there will be like a Me Too 2.0, but I don't think it's going to happen yet. I think that the incredible amount of hostility towards the first Me Too movement is going to set the stage for a second Me Too, but not this year. So I'm going to delete that. I don't think it's going to happen this year, but I'm saying it like it's going to be Me 2.0, but like I think it's like I think we're just simply we're laying the groundwork for it. This one is actually interesting, but TikTok doesn't get banned. That's more so just a fingers crossed prediction, honestly. What about the ICC? BB doesn't get locked up by the ICC. Trump will go to great lengths to protect Israel. That's another free space one, basically. What else? What else? Oh, for deaths, Death Watch. Joe Byron, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, already dead. I should say Pack Watch instead of Death Watch. This is just predictions. I'm not saying this is a good thing, okay? Luigi Mangione prediction. Yeah, I don't know. That's also not a fun one. So I don't want to say. You think there will be a wait? I don't think Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. That's what I think. I think GTA 6 was pushed back. Marvel's Rivals Dead or Alive in a year. Ooh, that's a good one. I think Marvel Rivals is dead in a year. It'll take less than a year. It'd be awesome if I'm wrong on that one, though. If it's like still the meta. Define Dead, Overwatch 2 style. Is that good enough? It'll have an active player base, but broad interest will be gone. Yeah, right now it's like on fire. You're saying that, but check this out. What is this? Oh my God. Okay, I take back what I said. Marvel Rivals still very much alive. I don't think the ICJ court case ends this year. I think if Valorant survived this long, Marvel Rivals will also. I want to see the back of the skin. A crumb of positivity. There is none. I might be wrong on this, but I feel like we are now at the precipice of like liberals completely opening up their arms. I mean, look, I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. Okay. Trump sucks will cause the right-wing content market to continue growing, but will set the stage for their inevitable demise. Like, what I mean by that is this year you'll see growth in the right-wing movement and mobilization online. Okay. You'll see people soaring. But I think eventually they'll, by year two, they will realize this shit sucks. Like all the anti-trans, anti-woke content that we put together didn't really change anything. And that our lives are still kind of shit. That's what I think. Back of the skin? Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the Invisible Woman skin? Are you joking? Okay, I take it back. Marvel Rivals is not dead. It's alive in my hearts, dude. It's alive in my heart, and it should be alive and well in yours. My man. What the hell? God. Okay, that's crazy. That's craziness. That is crazy. I don't get it. She's not invisible. Marvel Rivals killed wokeism. Did you see Asmonghoul's insane tweet today? Bro, I thought he was joking, dude. I thought I saw someone else post a screenshot of the tweet and I was like, there's no way this is real. Brother, I'm sorry. This is the worst thing I've ever seen anybody tweet. Like, there's no way this person seriously tweeted this. There is no way this person... No, I'm telling you right now, dude. There are a lot of people... There are a lot of people who definitely in Asmonghoul's fan base that are like, this is a great tweet. He tweeted like a bot. He tweeted like a blue checkmark chat GPT machine. Like, this is literally trying to farm as much of that delicious algorithm as possible. Like, it blows my mind. First of all, everybody always talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. First, I've never seen Asmongoul say, everybody always talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. Asmongoul trying to be a Def Jam comic in 2025. Like, what? He said it on stream? What? Everybody always talking about hoflation. Know what I'm saying? It's like Steven Crowder trying to do a black scent. Yeah, steak logo ass tweet. Yeah. This type of tweet is relegated to a 16-year-old white boy who is not allowed to say the N-word, but he has like a black person as the PFP on the account. You know what I mean? That's like, what do you mean hoflation? Who is everybody talking about hoflation? Replace everybody. If everybody around you is using the word hoflation, you should be around nobody. Okay? That's number one. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working there every hot bitches. Hot bitches every day at GameStop? No. I'm sorry. I do not believe this is no. Fear buck ass tweet. Nah, I'm done, dude. We got Asmongold saying words like hoflation and hot bitches before Grand Theft Auto 6. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working. First of all, what a silly argument. Yeah, I know. First of all, girls should be working minimum wage jobs at GameStop instead of making so much more money from the comfort of their own homes. Is like, yeah, no shit. Okay. If that was the case, it makes total sense. I don't believe this is the case, but what is this tweet? Dude, what is this tweet, dude? This is like Ninja's braless wife. Someone in the chat said this is giving Ninja's braless wife tweet energy, but like that one is like kind of Mormon coded. Like that's like funny, but also ultimately harmless. This is like Asmongold trying to tweet like he's Andrew Tate. And it's funny because like Andrew Tate at least has all of the other fixins, you know what I mean, that present him as this beacon of masculinity and you know, he's like a sexual guy. At least he presents himself as such, even though I think he's a deeply insecure man who is the zestiest of all time. But like Asmon, like the words that he's using, like hoflation and hot bitches, when you remember what Asmongold operates like, what he looks like, what he does on a day-to-day basis, you're like, why are those words coming out of your mouth? Like, that's a whole different type of right-wing content creator. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I think this is still some semblance of satire. Okay? Asmon or Andrew, when a girl's entire night is her Snapchat story, rest assured, her lifelong quest for attention had undoubtedly turned her into a hoe. I don't think Asmongold said that. Hot bitches don't want to work no more. All they want to do is eat hot chip. and do OnlyFans. What happened to Western civilization, dude? This is like, is Asmongold turning PUA? Like, yeah, this is a Sneeko tweet. Like, this is not an Asmongold tweet. What is happening? I can't get over this tweet coming from the mouth of Asmongold. First of all, who goes to GameStop? Like every part of this tweet is busted. Like, who's going to GameStop? You buy everything online, unfortunately. Like, physical copies are no longer in fashion. I just, like, the only time Asmongold goes outside is not to go to GameStop or Target. It's to go to Whataburger to get the same meal he gets every time with a side of Dr. Pepper. I know this because that's the only thing he does. There's no way. I don't think this is serious. I think this is a bait tweet. I can't get over this take, man. Peach has replied. I saw Peach. That's when I knew it was real. When I saw Peach Jars' reply. Asmon, the bills can't possibly be this high. Come on. Like, there is no way. There is just no. I can't. That's when I was like, all right, this gotta be. I can't believe this is real. Get over it, please. Who the fuck even is this? You're wasting prediction time on this? Okay, prediction time is over. I already gave you all the predictions you want. Look at how long this list is. Calm down. That's number one. Number two, who even is Asmongold is such a funny thing to say because he's currently the largest political commentator on the platform that you're on. Okay? Like, guess what, dude? He is one of the, if not the largest right-wing content creator right now in the United States of America. And also one of the largest political commentators in general. You could say he's not a political commentator, but it doesn't matter. You could say that, but it doesn't matter because if you look at his output, that's still very much the reality. Okay? Especially during the election cycle, that was like, I mean, he was farming that. Moon had basically the same take.
What is hoflation?
Also, sex work is like work. Hello. Asmongold criticizing someone else's labor is crazy work. He can't even maintain eye contact with a woman, zero self-awareness. No, I'm gonna shock the world right now with this revelation. Asmongold not only knows that sex work is real work, Asmongold used to date a sex worker and used to be pro-sex work back in the day. Asmongold's dated, I think he's dated multiple sex workers, if I'm not mistaken.
GameStop or Target and be like, wow.
Goon strikes again.
Whoa. Who do we send our rune cloth to? I think we sell it for our amount, guys. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, I can't get over this. This tweet is in the halls of greats, in my opinion. I know a few younger guys I work with around their 20s and 30s that think this way. Men do the same thing or something similar, making money. It might not be hot tube streams, but they also make content out of their bodies. There's nothing wrong with working with what you got. Thank you. Shut up. Oh my God. You can be pro sex work and realize the concept of working harder for less is real. Wait, what? Do you think that, what part of this tweet strikes you as being pro sex work and also, what do you mean the concept of working harder for less is real? Here he is upset. Okay. Here he is upset that the girls are at home doing OnlyFans instead of working at GameStop. The normal way to say that, which is, by the way, already an established faulty premise, would be, hey, honestly, I'm sure that there would be less people doing OnlyFans if people that, work at GameStop got paid the same as content creators on OnlyFans. Not that there is any issue with OnlyFans. The word hoflation on its own, I don't care about the other nonsense. Wait, what? Hoflation? I don't understand what you're getting upset at here. Bro tweets too good. They got to take it away from his ass before he bricks reality. Can you define hoflation, please? I don't know what it is. I actually have no idea what hoflation is. Like I've heard red pill guys say it in the manosphere, but no, I'm telling you, I don't know what the exact terminology is. Does it mean that there's just like more hoes out there? Or I don't know what it exactly means. I don't know if it means like there's more hoes than before. Or if like hoes are, the existing hoes are inflated in value when they should be deflated. Because those two concepts actually contradict one another. Because if the marketplace of hoes, if the supply for hoes has gone up, whereas demand has stayed relatively the same, then obviously the value of the hoe would deflate. Whereas if the value of the hoe has inflated, that means that there is not more supply of hoes, but simply more demand of hoes, whereas supply has stayed relatively the same. This is why I don't fully understand the concept of hoflation. Maybe I'm too autistic to understand it, but like I kind of generally get it. It's just a way to shit on women, but I've never fully understood what it meant. Hoflation, a disaster for human civilization, from Black Pigeon Speaks. Okay, this seems like a smart guy. I'm gonna learn a lot from this video, I think.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you. First of all, I'm not a dog that needs to be walked. Second, I have an espresso machine at home, works fabulous. We're not doing drinks either. You're gonna try to get me drunk and take me back home. No. We are doing dinner. You're gonna pick me up. We're gonna come to the restaurant. We're gonna see your table manners. We're gonna see what you order. We're gonna see, do you hold your chopsticks correctly? We're just gonna, study you a bit. Okay?
So what's the argument here that she's like annoying? I mean, because she is. Like, is that hoflation, that like women have become more annoying or something? Like there are annoying women out there, just like there are plenty of fucking annoying men. Bro is a hoconomist now? No, I am. I've learned about the supply. I'm learning about the supply chain of hoes.
So dinner it is.
Thousands of tears later.
I started the egg freezing process. I did some preliminary tests.
I wanted a podcast with this woman. Her entire life perspective was never settling. Her entire brand is being bougie best friend. She has nearly 300,000 followers across multiple platforms. I will reserve my thoughts on this for the time being because I have to word it carefully, or people will think I'm attacking her personality, not her philosophy. So you will all have to wait on that commentary. If you are a single and childless woman, do not watch her content if you want marriage and children. Oh my God. I hate every single person that is involved in this. I genuinely hate every single person that's involved in the story, from the guy Black Pigeon Speaks, which I assume is going to do. I mean, anyone who writes an entire dissertation on this is truly needs to be institutionalized. I hate the original woman because she's like the classic annoying influencer, who is basically doing, and this isn't the same because there's no structural violence associated with her like behavior. But what she's doing is basically like Andrew Tate style commentary, but for women, not to the same degree. And I'm not saying that there's any moral equivalency there. And I'm certainly not saying that she's done any of the crimes that Andrew Tate has done. I'm simply stating that like the overarching void that Andrew Tate fills is bravado and like, you know, these depictions of hyper masculinity, oftentimes by basically presenting himself as this like dominator of women. And this is like the shitty attempt at doing the same thing from the opposing side. Of course, it's not a moral equivalence. There is, I'm going to repeat that again before the Radfems slit my throat online. She basically isn't doing anything wrong other than being annoying. Okay. Andrew Tate does a lot wrong besides being annoying. But anyway, but I also don't like this other person too, because it seems like she's basically placing a lot of emphasis on, if you're a single and childless woman, do not watch our content if you want marriage and children. Like, what do you mean? Why are you learning about marriage and content and how to get these things from watching online influencers? Why do human beings not know how to human being anymore? What is happening? Like, do you not have a single human being in your immediate vicinity that you can rely on? Their experiences, the experiences of... Look, classic. She's annoying. He's a human trafficker. I literally just said there is no moral equivalence nor any real equivalence in terms of all of the things that Andrew Tate has done versus what she's done. I'm simply saying that aesthetically they are filling individual voids. Ultimately, I'm not making that comparison. I'm simply stating that there's no equivalence there, but they're filling similar voids for their target audiences. This is the equivalent of to men saying they want to take women to the pool in the first two. Yeah, exactly. Okay, never mind. You actually made a really good point here. This is the equivalent of like a PUA podcast. They're saying they want to take women to the pool on the first date. Exactly. Never mind. I popped off. I have a little bit of a hair trigger because I've been getting yelled at by Radfems a lot. You are redeemed, and I apologize profusely to you, chatter. I thought you were purposely misunderstanding my point that I was making. All right, let's continue.
It showed that my account is really low.
Like this also, like dunking on women for being like, oh yeah, I'm freezing my eggs because like my egg count is really low. It's like, oh, you deserved it. Like what a psychotic thing to do to another human being. Like, yeah, her vibes are bad. Okay. Her vibes are bad. She's annoying. She presents herself as like a classic, like out of touch Instagram influencer that's like, I'm the shit. And, you know, I have these expectations of myself and I have these expectations from others. And then it's like, haha, guess what? Bitch, you deserved it. Like, you're going to die alone. You're not going to have children anymore. Is a ridiculous thing to say to a human being, okay? Non-target killed, friendly fire. Okay, that's funny.
And I know a lot of women struggle with this. I had a...
Like, freezing eggs is already a traumatic process, okay? For people that don't know, you have to shoot yourself up with a cocktail of drugs for like a week-long process in order to have your eggs extracted and shit. You know what I mean? It's not like if your goal overall is to repopulate the earth or whatever, there you go. She's doing that. She's doing that ultimate thing. I don't know why I don't know why people would dunk on her for this. It's not even a week-long process. It's a month-long process, I think, overall.
Ovarian surgery last January, and I knew that I have endometriosis and had like a giant cyst on my ovary, and the doctors told me that.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like it's an age-specific issue either. Like, it just seems like she has a health complication on top of that.
The doctors did tell me that that might affect my fertility, but we didn't even start like the actual egg freezing, so it's still my.
God forbid a woman be fucking annoying, dude. And then, God forbid a woman be fucking annoying. And there are people out there. There are men, they're male content creators who are just annoying. They're not like genuine monsters, right? They're just annoying. And people also are vicious to them as well. There are also male content creators who are not just annoying, but genuinely advocating to make the world a worse place overall. And when those guys get their comeuppance in a similar situation, of course, people dunk on them, okay? The maximalist position here is the Nick Fuentes situation, okay? Nick Fuentes is the neo-Nazi equivalent of Icarus, okay? He flew way too close to the sun. Way too close. Okay? Those wings started catching fire. Mere hours after people realized that Donald Trump was about to become the next president of the United States of America. Okay? He flew way too close to the sun. All right? And then there are lower level offenses. If you go all the way down, I'm sure you know a male content creator who's like kind of annoying. You don't really understand it. You don't really know what it is. But if they're also going through something tumultuous or being open about their issues, like people do engage in this like lynching and dunking campaigns and dunking initiatives, but I think sometimes it's just not warranted. Anyway, let's continue.
Might be that my eggs are high quality, but there's just not a lot of them. It's just so sad. I've been like crying the entire day, and you know, people say like, oh, you're not alone, this happens to so many women, but I mean, it feels very. They're saying that she deserves it because her whole platform is saying to have high/specific standards, and because of that she deserves to be single and have this freezing her eggs problem. No one deserves to go through this though. Yeah, no, I know, I understand what the through line is. I understand what their argument is. I know that that's what they're saying. They're dunking on her because they're like, you deserve this, lol. Which is sad because I don't think anyone deserves the health complications like this. You know what I mean? It's just like she didn't bring this about herself with her fucked vibes is my point. Alone, lonely. I don't know. Like I just feel this giant pain in my stomach right now. How's your day going?
What up, Eric Hovageem?
How could this possibly ever have happened to me? Lamented Cornelia Slunjiski, who is a Croatian influencer of younger girls, and her message stress.
Why do these guys spit so much? Like, why can I hear their mouth spittle noises while they're talking? Don't they have better microphones? What the hell is going on here? Goddamn annoying. I shouldn't be able to smell your halitosis through the internet, okay? Bridge troll sounding ass motherfucker.
This is the mantra of never settling for less, as she is the best friend to her 300,000 followers across platforms. And I should stress, and at least it's good to know, that the pain in her stomach was not morning sickness. But how does the influence and attitudes of the woman, that being Cornelia, how do those attitudes expressing the mantra of live, laugh, and love create societies such as those we're now experiencing?
Watch as you see a woman.
A fatal pedestrian collision involving a C train in northeast Calgary led to chaos. A crowd chased the shuttle bus in an attempt to board it. A young man told a reporter on the scene, reminded him of his homeland in Punjab. What? I can't watch this video, man. I'm sorry. Nope. Give me a different Hoflation video. I can't do that. This is too much. No. You couldn't find a different Hoflation video? That's how we got the Hoflation. You guys sent me what this is. You guys sent me this fucking freaks video because wait, Asmonghoul?
Newscaster addresses the rude dating down.
Seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who...
So it looks like women are getting victimized again.
Math genius? Asmonghoul saw this guy, Ho Math, and he titled this video, Math Genius? Oh my God. Oh my God. This dude is not even the genius of scrapbooking. Okay. What do you mean, man? What do you mean, math genius? This has 1.5 million views, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no.
Women are having to date down because there are no good men left. Let's talk about why. So usually men make more than women, which is not fair. Let's not talk about why. We'll just assume.
Okay, that's a math genius. It takes a math genius to recognize. Okay.
Assume it's oppression. So to combat this oppression, we need the government to make laws so that women can make an equal amount of money, which is fair. And once women are making an
I love how the name of this account is called Ho Math.
Equal amount of money, now men who make less than them are fucking losers. Women are getting educated and they have standards.
I love how he puts
so
educated in print in like quotes.
She needs a man who makes more money than her. So basically, women need to be making the same amount of money as men or even more because it's 2023. That's the year that it is.
No, it's 123.
This is the year, and so the government has to make this happen. So all women should be equal to or better than men, and all women should be able to find a man who makes more money than she does. Where have
those are
all
not
the
people. Oh, I get it.
good men gone? I just don't get it. I want a man who makes 6 figures because that's more than me.
Right.
And that's not fair. And when I get my 6 figures, I want a man who's making 7 figures. Why can't I find any? And when I do find a man who makes 7 figures, that's oppressive. Government, help! I'm so sick of all this dating down. Why don't you just do better? Hey, you can't do better. Government! Why can't I raise my standards and make a lot of money and then find a guy who makes more money who doesn't have a lot of women? I just don't get it. It's the mystery of our time. Guys, it's really simple. You gotta get out there and climb that ladder. And when you do climb that ladder, then you're an evil bastard and you need to be forced to share. And when you do share, then you're a fucking loser. Better climb that ladder, buddy.
Yeah, how weird. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, how's this possibly happen? That's really a mystery. He's got a point. I don't know. I've always been a traditional marriage enjoyer. You solve this problem by you get a good job, your wife doesn't work, she stays home, takes care of the kids, raises the kids, improves the kids' life, and you.
Bro. Asmonghoul. Brother, you date OnlyFans models. There's nothing wrong with that. I have as well. And you look like your Amazon cart is only futa pillows. Like, what do you mean? I'm a traditional marriage enjoyer. What the hell? Bro, we're Twitch streamers, man. What are you talking about? What the fuck is going on here? Not only are we both Twitch streamers, we're both watching this guy named Homath scrapbook instead of doing a school shooting, which I think is good. I'm glad that he's at least scrapbooking about how much women ain't shit instead of, you know, drawing the blueprints of his school that he goes to. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, what was the point? How did this got 1.5 million views?
Make all the money. Problem solved. Yep, that's all you do. And then you don't have to worry about the chart. You don't look at any of this fucking bullshit. It's not an issue. As strong.
Actually, he's married with kids. After streams, he goes to mine in secret. He's just a nasty insult for the views. Yeah, he's married to you. You've been married to Asmongold, and you carried his children. I don't know, man. I also don't understand. Like, I don't even think like Asmongold made that bad of a point. Like, if to each their own, you know, if people want different strokes for different folks, if you want to have like a normal traditional relationship, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Traditional job for a traditional man. Is that a BlackBerry? What is going on, man? What is this? Homath, a strange YouTube channel. Oh, we watched this. We watched this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the Homath channel is like crazy. It's actually crazy. Hoflation, alternate explanation from Candace Owens.
What is being dubbed hoflation. A friend of mine, Paul Joseph Watson, has a YouTube channel, and he spoke about this concept of hoflation, ho plus inflation, where when your grandparents, or rather your grandfather was growing up, he had to do less work to find him a high quality woman, a woman that wanted to stay in the home, a woman that dressed conservatively, a woman that wanted to raise.
Urban Dictionary says hoflation's concept of men having to work 20x harder than their grandparents did for women, 20x worse than what their grandmothers were. Man one, why don't you get a girlfriend? Man, because hoflation is insane at the moment. So yeah, just repackage misogyny. Wait. Oh, I guess so. The solution is market interference. Like, they want market regulation, and that is, of course, arranged marriages, I assume, right? That's what it is. Like, women ain't shit. They should know their place. Why are you getting a job? You should be in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant. State mandated girlfriend type shit. Dude, it's 2025. The male loneliness epidemic is real. We can't all be walking around as influencers with mad bitches getting Twitch money and fucking all the time. This shit is real to us. Slatty Maddie got silenced for an hour and came back stronger than before. Okay? Begging for a secondary. Begging for a dual strike in one day. He's not being serious, chatters. He's just aching, quaking for another one.
Raise the children, a woman who did not want to be out sleeping with tons of men or putting her naked body on the, well, of course, then non-existent internet, right? Wanting people to see her naked. Now he's saying men have to work harder to find those.
Okay, this doesn't make sense. If putting your naked body on the internet is bad and lower quality, then there's more lower quality product out there. I don't understand it, which means, you know, you can just like not attempt to go after those people, I guess. Like what? This doesn't, I don't get it. Candace Owens be like, I don't understand why women put their bodies on the internet. They should become black white supremacists like me instead for right-wing billionaires. Why do women put their titties on the timeline? They could just be the worst, the worst ultra-charged, misogynistic, anti-black racists out there instead, which is infinitely more acceptable and much better than putting a nipple on the timeline. Seethe harder. I am going to listen to the number one. Okay, why you got to bring up that Candace Owens defeated me in the marketplace of anti-Semitism? Why? Why you got to bring that up?
Those same women. So they call this concept hoflation. And you are seeing it in this environment as you speak to these women and they talk about how the money that they get is a justification for this lifestyle. And they speak down about men.
Yeah, I'm number two. I'm number two anti-Semite. Yes, I know. She defeated me. She destroyed me. I will be working harder this year, okay? I will not just be working harder, but smarter to become the number one anti-Semite this year. Stop. By the way, if a Victorian era lord saw the way Candace Owens is dressed right now, they'd have an aneurysm. So much for dressing conservatively. Yeah, if a Victorian era lord saw Candace Owens, they would be shocked for many different reasons, not just the way she's dressed. You know. OnlyFans is next gen labor evolution of strippers, much more safer to earn money at home than in the club. Yeah. I love how these guys are like, men are so much stronger and mentally tougher than women, but are also so fragile that any criticism will instantly kill them. I just don't understand these like broad sweeping generalizations, you know, across the board in terms of like women are of lower quality. It feels like you associate the quality of women with the wrong thing. You know, like what makes a woman lower value is the question here. If it's the fact that they've had more dating and sexual experiences, if you consider that to be low quality, then yeah, I guess. But I don't think that that is lower quality. I think that's a ridiculous, like women being sexually inexperienced is not a better quality. I don't know. I find that weird. I think what matters is how your partner treats you. Are they a nice person? Are they an ambitious person? Do they treat other people in a kind way? These are the qualities I personally look for. And there are plenty of women. I don't think that has changed throughout time is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there is like a societal, there is a genuine societal fissure there where women are just like treating the service industry workers worse now across the board. It's just this stupid argument. We know what time you on, buddy. Yeah. Well, your mom is still very high quality to me. Snipe the chef. Start at 38 minutes with hoflation and male loneliness with Caleb Huron. Oh, I love Caleb. Doors open. Doors open. No, it is. No problem. I love Caleb. Hilarious. 38 minutes.
Yes, of course, that's kind of funny in theory.
Dude, Caleb is so funny. I would love to go on his podcast, like, actually.
But these are the same guys that'll be like, the universe has conspired against me to make sure that I'm lonely. It's like, or you're a fucking loser.
Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you gotta have standards. I remember I was over a couple years ago. I was at this girl's crib. We were in her room, and some baby came.
What is this? Hoflation is perfectly in line with right-wing ideology and beliefs. No question meritocracy. You want a good, high-value woman, whatever that means. You work hard for it, right? Yeah, that's the problem. These dudes don't want to work hard for it, and they also don't think that it's their fault at all. And what's really funny about it is, like, one immediate way to solve that equation is just not believe things like hoflation and not behave in that way. Because if you do behave in that way, you are going to be repulsive to a ginormous percentage of women. And maybe it'll be a self-selecting group of people who are unfortunately too dumb to recognize that you're a horrible piece of shit. So that's the problem. These guys, and this isn't to say like all women are beautiful and pretty angels and also special and never wrong. There are a lot of dumb broads out there. And these guys are constantly finding themselves in this like self-selected cycle of dumb broads. And then they turn around and go, why are all the broads so dumb? It's because you're awful, and the only people that will put up with your shit have to be really stupid. So stupid that they have no like self-preservation skills, okay? Don't say that, Lamau. It's true. It's true. Come on, guys. I mean, Jesus Christ. What are we doing? Are we going to just act like all the ladies in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about? You don't ever go out there in the wild and on Instagram, you'll like sometimes happen upon a podcast video and you see a woman speaking on one of these podcasts and you go, like, this is setting back societal standards by a decade. Okay? You know exactly what I'm talking about. These guys literally live in that space. It's a self-selecting space. No woman worth her salt is going to be within 1,000,000 miles of these douchebags. So the only ones that go there are either personally willing to duke it out in that space because they're sharp. Some are, okay? Some are sharp and witty. And even then it becomes a silly thing to entertain because no matter what happens, the audience is not going to be receptive to you because they just hate you, okay? But there's also a lot of women who are invested in the clout of it all or potentially going there because they just don't understand it. They have no capacity of reading the room, okay? That's it. That's it. So then these guys are always like, why are all the broads like this? It's like, dude, too much of a generalization there? I don't think so. Like, what? You're going to tell me that, like, you know, Pearl or whatever, Pearly Girl, whatever her name is an example of the overarching rule that, like, these all women are smart and across the board correct all the time? Anyway, my point is, okay? My point is that these guys would probably be able to meet partners that are amazing, wonderful people, and would potentially even better themselves if they weren't such shallow misogynists. That's it. If they didn't see the world in such a one-note matter. Not all, no, but not all are dumb. What are you talking about, man? I never said that. Yeah, you're right. We are in agreement. because that's not my position, and you misunderstood what I was saying. That's it. That's the number one factor that is putting you immediately. That's the number one factor that's like putting you immediately in a very different space, okay? The point they are saying is you being nice or hardworking is irrelevant, and according to that math guy, even having money is not enough. Yeah, because that guy's a freaking loser. And the number one way to eliminate that problem that you have, the problem that you have is like you're not meeting any like women that want to date you, okay? And you're constantly looking for other like systematic factors. And those systematic factors that you arrive at are feminism and like, I don't know, woke education and schooling or whatever. And not the fact that you just don't know how to wash your fucking ass after 38 years of being alive. Okay. And constantly watching dumbass YouTubers like Home Math who have literally never been around a woman. Okay. Like my personal life, I keep private. But back in the day, it wasn't. So you know. At least you know that I have been around women, okay? These guys have no credibility. Even Andrew Tate, at the very least, like, you know, either kidnaps or at least pays women to be around him so we can take photos with them. Half of these unwashed incels online never even show their face because if they did, you'd be like, oh my God, okay, I know why you're writing this fucking manifesto about how women ain't shit. Come on. Anyway. That's the point. The point is every man and every woman, okay, has the capacity to better themselves. We have so much more potential than how we exist in this space, okay? An unlimited amount of potential. That's why I always say every guy is a 7, okay? Every man is a 7. And 7 is really good. But most people refuse to take matters in their own hands and consistently look for, and this I guess comes across as kind of right-wing when I say this, but everyone consistently is looking for systematic factors to point the finger of blame at. And there are some systematic factors that are genuine hurdles, okay? Poverty being one of the most important parts. But it's not feminism that is a systematic factor that is causing you not to get pussy, okay? That's it. Throw to dump. I wasn't yelling at you, by the way. I was yelling at a point, like this point that people make. It's very frustrating. If you weren't rich, no woman would sleep with you, Hasan. What? Oh, that's funny. Hey, that was a good one, dude. Oh man, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Well, good thing I am, I think. This is way funnier than when dumbasses will come in here and be like, you need to be a feminist to get pussy. Like you're trying to behave like a feminist just so you can get pussy. This is a way funnier version of that, I think. I don't need to do any of those things, big dog. Okay? Also, let's just say I was doing a lot better when I was broke. Anyway. Did you not catch Meat Watch 2024 chatter? The women want the Haas hog. My whole thing is like, even if we went back to pre-feminism, do they think these women's fathers would look at you a loser and go, yeah, I'm just going to sling my daughter to this guy? Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that as well. Yes, that is the problem here. And that is also the reason why I always used to make fun of Nazis who think like, oh, once we have like a white only utopia, then the Pareto principle won't apply. It's like, no, dude, it's the top 20% of Aryan Chads that are still going to be slinging dick to the 80% of Helgas out there, okay? You're still stuck in the same equation. Okay? Also, you're from Puerto Rico. Why are you a neo-Nazi? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, that's a very specific gripe I have. But But that chatter is correct. It's like these guys think, oh, dude, if we drop this feminism, if we go back to the old ways, it's like all of a sudden I will have a better time locking someone into a perma relationship that they can't get out of. And guess what, dude? A lot of people misunderstand the dynamic of no-fault divorce. A lot of right-wingers get mad at no-fault divorce. No-fault divorce is there to save men, okay? And when I say save men, I mean like literally save their lives. Because back in the day, when there was no-fault divorce, you just mysteriously passed away, usually because of, Visine being drip-fed into your soup every night. But that's it. Yeah, you could get away with like abusing your wife for, I don't know, a couple months before you mysteriously perished. Okay? Mysteriously. So perhaps it's better that you are a deadbeat divorced father who is still very much alive and not victim to a random mysterious death caused by drip feeding Visine into your food supply. Okay? I don't get it. I'm saying back in the day, there was only so much physical and emotional abuse women would take. And if they had no other outlet, if they had no other options of like, escaping this treacherous relationship, they would just poison and kill you. Okay. That's it. What's the expectation there? Did they just like sit there and take it forever? Some did. Some took matters in their own hands. Okay. My point is, it's probably better that, bad relationships are not forced to continue. Another tell is that they chose your wealth over your looks. They still blame women for being gold diggers instead of you just being hot. If it were money, women would be swooned by Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that's true.
Was playing and she's like, what is this? This is terrible. And I left. She had her clothes off and everything.
Yeah.
Like you're not disrespecting Kendrick Lamar's nephew like that.
Yeah.
So I left. You gotta have morals and principles you stand on. Caleb.
Yeah, and that's your big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't disrespect Baby Keem around me.
Yeah, and I never would.
Thank you.
You know that about me.
Thank you.
I do. There is something going on in the culture. Like losers used to be embarrassed.
Well, there's no shame anymore.
Dude, this is also the reason why I love Caleb, because we have a very similar worldview. I've heard him talk about trans people and like their naming conventions, and I love that bit. It's very similar to a joke that I make all the time as well about like you had every opportunity to pick whatever name you wanted to, and you went with like Gertrude. He has a much funnier because he's actually a comic, and I am not a funny person, but his bit is way funnier than mine. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, nobody's scared to be a loser anymore.
Shame can get you paid.
Yeah.
You couldn't go viral for being a loser 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You were like on that one episode of American Idol where they show all the bad people.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
Did you see the girl who this is probably pretty dated by the time this episode comes out, but I'll say it anyway. Did you see the girl whose boyfriend asked her to move back to Texas with him?
Mm-mm.
You see that? You guys see that?
Where do they live currently?
Well, there was this girl. She made this whole like TikTok video that was like her like sobbing into the camera, and which I have quite feelings about that.
I hate when people cry on.
I do too. And you know what? I recorded a video the other day. I was trying to make a video for this abortion rights thing in Missouri.
Okay.
And I got worked up enough that I started crying, tears coming out of my eyes. And you know what? I said, this is really powerful. People would really like this. I'm not fucking posting it. I'm not posting it. You know, so there are like 3 videos of me in my phone crying about abortion rights, and I said no posts. No posts.
We don't need that.
The static images will have to do.
That's almost as bad as what's her name, Gal Gadot singing.
Yes. It's manipulative too. I'm like, I don't want you to care about this because I got worked up and mad at Republicans and started tears
You
coming
should
out.
already care about this. I'm just
Yeah.
reminding you to go take action.
Go vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she was posting, she was like, oh, my boyfriend, we lived in LA and he said he wanted to, let's play it. I guess we have it.
Oh,
Do we need
no.
headphones?
Where are they gonna start talking about hoflation?
Oh, it'll play out
I've
loud.
definitely I see thumbnails all the time, and whenever I see, I'm like, yeah, I'm not looking at this.
So you live in LA with your boyfriend, everything's
There's a woman called Gia Tofana who lived in Sicily around 1630. A man could legally beat you back then. That's crazy. She sold poison called Aqua Tofana that was disguised as a beauty product. If your husband was abusive, a friend might tell you about the poison. It was kept secret between women. Aqua Tofana apparently killed over 600 people. Women will go to drastic measures to escape abuse. That's crazy. E Gia Tofana. I mean, it's self-preservation. It's protecting yourself. It makes sense. My buddy complains about gold diggers and how women he's dated are gold diggers. At the same time, refuses to let women pay for anything. I told him if you want to vet them, go Dutch on a first date, split bills, or let them pay for stuff. Yeah, I have had this mentality for a very long time as well. It's something that I used to talk about, especially when I was broke, which is that like you can't be buying people's times, okay? You can't be buying people's times. You can't do that. Because then you're setting the expectation that like, you're buying their time. You should go on a date with someone that wants to be there with you. That's why you can do like route tasks and normal stuff. The date doesn't have to be the traditional thing that going out to a dinner, a fancy dinner where you're whining and dining this person. Because at the end of the day, a relationship, if that's what you're seeking, okay, is a partnership, is a friend. You're literally looking for a friend, someone that you want to spend time with. Respectfully disagree. To each their own. But my argument always is the same. It's the same for talking about or to marginalized people. And it's also the same when it comes to dating as well. Treat women as human beings. Treat women in the same way that you would anybody else. Okay? Treat a potential dating partner in the same way that you would. Obviously not to the same degree. I'm not saying start ripping ass on the first date. Okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. They only sleep with the son because he's rich. Okay, why are you making fun of me like this? I didn't need to be called out like this. Okay? Hasan, I would date you for your looks and your money. Okay, thanks, chatter. Money up, pussy down. Yeah, I got my money up and not my funny up. Okay, calm down.
It's going amazing. They're doing pottery. That's how you know.
Okay.
He says, babe, I want to move back to Texas.
Hasan, but if you consider all the bad bitches easily get dinner, so to compete, you also have to pay for dinner. I don't even care. I love women. I have the money, so I be buying dinner. Just saying. Okay, listen. That's why I said to each their own. Okay. Male loneliness talk is at 33.336. Oh, wait, is it? It's here?
New York, like, were you just fed up?
I was just fed up.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I had all these like movies written and these pilots written, and it just like nothing was happening. I probably in 2020 and 2020.
Y'all give me like 8 different. I think the timestamp was right before this. Y'all give me like 8 different timestamps. I've watched that part already. They don't talk about the male loneliness epidemic at all. Stop doing home math. When is the last time you used mouthwash? Years of sleeping. But have you ever washed your bed sheets? Do you have a neck beard? We have a cure for that. It was called shaving. Hoflation is real, and no one will date me because the women stopped working at GameStop. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Look at what pickup artists have been demanding your respect for all this time with all the calculations and abacus we built for them. This is the real Hoflation done by real pickup artists. Question mark, 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 question mark. Hello, I would like, please. They have played us for absolute fools. This is a great meme, okay? If this is your cure, you will never reach salvation. Why do you think it's no one will date me instead of there's no one to date? Because of these guys. That's the problem. Also because we're entitled little babies, okay? The mindset of an American is so unimaginably entitled. This is the thing that I always laugh about whenever people are just like, no one wants to date me. It's like, no, you just don't want to swing in your weight class, okay? That's it. That's it. You don't want to swing in your weight class, and you don't even want to try. Most of the time, you're just scared. You're scared to even try, okay? You just want to DoorDash pussy. It's annoying. You haven't even tried. You haven't even swung for the fences, let alone swung at all. Okay, you're too terrified of trying and you're too terrified of getting turned down. And then also you just sit there and it's like much easier to be like, oh, I'm not at fault. It's society that is broken. They can't understand how wonderful of a person I am. And it's like, you don't know me. Wait, I wasn't talking to you, Chatter. What? Chatter, you asked me a question. I'm answering the question. God damn. Why'd you take that? Oh, no. Man, I wasn't even talking to you, dude. What the hell? Why? One must ask the question why you thought I was directing this statement to you and not the question that you were asking me. It's going to be all right, man. It's going to be all right. Oh my God. This is why I have so many haters, dude. Simple misunderstanding, bro. Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah. Your dating advice literally helped me. Talking to girls, a simple talk to women and treat them like a person really helped my dumbass when I was younger because I had no experience dating, and my fiance literally brought that up as something that made her like me a lot when we first started dating. Thanks. There you go. My point is, if you're constantly sitting around, okay, angry at the world for feminism or any number of different things that have wronged you, the perceived slights of mankind that have rendered you pussyless, okay? Yeah, your output is so lame that a lot of people are going to think that you're just a lame person and not want to be with you. Why should they? The question you must ask yourself is, would you want to be with you? You know? I promise you, the bar for women, for all the guys out there, here's a secret. The bar for women is so low. Dude, get in while the going's good. I'm telling you right now, especially as like a 33-year-old, let me tell you, okay? Nowadays with at least like TikTok and stuff, like people know a little bit more. But like back in the day, dude, this is going to come across as crazy. But like I am from, at this point, a generation where like people were weirded out by the concept of eating pussy. Okay. Do you understand how much of a leg up you have on the competition? Like it's so stupid. And the bar is still, and that's for, that's when you get to that level. The entry point is even easier than that. It's literally be nice and smell nice. Okay. That's it. No man will ever believe me when I say this, but I swear to God, be nice and smell nice will take you to places that you could not even dream of going to. It is dire out there. Okay. It is dire out there for women. They are desperado. Okay. They are desperate. They're desperate. The bar is very low. It is in hell. If you can't clear the literal lowest bar, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. It is the lowest bar of all time, especially with all these freaking neck-bearded weirdos constantly chirping about like, women ain't shit. They won't fuck me because they don't like the scent of my pheromones. Like every guy is like that now, especially with everyone being online all the time. They're doing too much internet. Okay. So if you just nail be nice and smell nice, you already got like 75% of the marketplace locked down. Okay. That's it. And then after that, people go, oh, what do you mean? I actually am nice and I smell nice. First of all, you probably aren't nice. Okay. That's number one. So you need to fix that. And number two, even if you do smell nice, obviously, like there's also, you just got to cast a wide net. Cast a wide net. Okay. Not everyone's going to be your person. Not everyone's going to vibe with you. Not everyone's going to fuck with you like that. Okay. So what you have to do is, this is a complicated situation. Interpersonal dynamics with the opposite sex is difficult. It's a treacherous, tumultuous terrain. Okay. So you got to cast a wide net. Sometimes you're going to say something. Sometimes it's going to be completely outside of your power. Why? Because you remind her of her dad, okay? And in a bad way. Sometimes you remind her of her dad in a good way, and that's good too, okay? You never know. Rejection happens. Sometimes because she's having a bad day and you missed that short window of opportunity. It's fine. Don't get too invested. There are a million people out there, or a billion people out there, okay? That's the issue. A lot of people refuse to take the initiative, refuse to go out, refuse to be normal, refuse to socialize, refuse to get better at talking to people. And then they just sit around and they're like, oh, why isn't it happening to me? Like, what do you think, dude? You think you're just going to spend all of your time on subreddits and then magically your DoorDash driver, who's the only human being you ever see, if at that, is going to be the one for you? That's your tiny minuscule window of opportunity. You're the one who set yourself up for failure. Go outside. Please tell them that consent and accepting rejection is important. Not every woman will want you just for being nice. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to also lead up to that. That's why I said, not everyone is going to be your person. Not everyone's going to be the right person for you. It's normal. It's fine. They made a graph of you, homie. What? Man, if y'all learn how to finger, you're literally going to be a goat. Which one of the mods wrote that? Oh man. Let him cook. He's right. I don't want to turn into a goat. I like being a human. Shut up, Megaphonics. You're a wife guy. We already know. This is the DoorDash driver meme. Oh, I love this. Yeah, this is a hilarious sketch. How dudes with no close friends, no job, no social skills or effort, no social media expect to meet their soulmate.
Oh, fuck! Oh, smooth. Oh, fuck!
Hi, I saw you from outside playing video games. I was wondering if maybe I could come inside and watch you play.
Boom!
That was so cool.
Okay, this is literally what being a Twitch streamer is like, though, low key. Bro, this is Asmongoul, the Asmongoul experience.
Boom! Yeah! I knew I was gonna get that one.
That was awesome.
These dance moves.
So cool.
Yeah. It's for you.
Yeah.
Am I in a K-hole? I love that. That's just a misgive stream. A cunning pigeon. Thank you for the 10 community. Give the subs. Did you just admit to helping ruin men, lol? What do you mean? Why are we watching the trailer for the next Makoto Shinkai movie? I love that. I love that. Anyway, I'm telling you right now, man, the opportunities are endless, chatters. Just don't say hoflation. Don't believe hoflation. Don't be an asshole. Be a nice person. Smell nice. Be nice. Okay? How do we even get here?
Is there anything else I can get for
Oh,
you?
this is awesome.
Bro, what are you doing?
Is he okay?
Just water. Water.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we, thank water. Parched. We could run away.
What? Right now?
Type shit.
You lied to me. You said you were Asian. I work in tech. You know how you were Asian.
Why would you say that I'm Asian?
Because you look Asian.
I'm not Asian.
Never mind. It's not gonna work. You're a liar.
Whoa.
She's a liar.
Bro.
She's obsessed with me. But it's not gonna work She's out. not obsessed with you. These people just doing their job.
Sir? Sir, is there an issue here? My name is Michael. I'm the manager here. Is there anything I can help you with? I just noticed there was some commotion.
That's why I live in nice Vegas. I take the money to another. I take
Yo, he's the funniest. Okay. The hardest part for me is finding a situation where I can meet other people. I'm pretty solid on being normal and grooming and shit now, but I have no social opportunities. But I'm trying to do more outdoor sports, but I can't break through doing things solo, doing things with other people. Yeah, that I don't know how to help you on. I feel like it's my lead. Okay, dude. How is this turning back to me? How does this happen to be? At least back in the day, I could be like, yo, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? And we could break away and I could just like push back on the chat a little bit and cook you and tell you that I'm going to serve you a 3-minute ad break and you can avoid it by subscribing for $6 or free with Twitch Prime by subscribing, or Twitch Prime is free, or that you can get gifted stuff. Apparently, this is another thing that's like going viral. It's like, it's gone now. It's cooked. That ass though, when do I know if the waitress is into me? Because my friend said she was, but I didn't think so. That's a risky play. You're probably, if you're asking that question, you're a novice. Okay, that's like expert level. So it's better to assume that that's not the case until she literally makes a move on you directly and aggressively. Okay, so just always assume that that is not the case. You understand me? My partner watches this financial audit show all the time and invites me to watch as well. I always refuse. Woman definer, family man, fisherman, occasional meme maker, son of the Northwoods, midwit, police body cam edits and highlights, election expert. This is not the guy. Paul is a guy clipping this guy who is an auditor or whatever. Me, Michelle, and Stephanie, a Zoomer lesbian couple who have some debt problems. They clear about $7,200 a month and are behind on their student loans. You may ask, why can't they pay their student loans? Well, we're going to cover that. This episode is deceptive because you think one of them is responsible, but they aren't.
Who decided they wanted to come on, or was this a co-effort?
Definitely her. It was me.
Really?
She didn't know about it until after. I didn't tell her I applied for the show until after I spoke with Lindsay the first time.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you want to be here?
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Okay, so let's start with you, Stephanie. What do you do for a living? Mesa, Arizona.
I'm a registered nurse at one of the hospitals.
Very cool. What are you making?
I make $36 an hour.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
But I get an 18% differential for nights.
So what about us coming in on a monthly basis? What hits your account on a monthly basis?
From my paycheck, I believe it's about $4,400.
What do you do?
I work at Arizona State University in the grants department doing like reporting.
Okay, cool. What do you make?
$49,500
a year.
Yes,
$49,500.
annually,
Okay.
yeah.
What hits your account on a monthly basis typically?
Like $1,300. Oh, sorry,
No.
$2,600.
I had closer to payroll coming in of about $9,800.
I used to like this guy, but then I realized he just clowns on people who are having much deeper issues. It's truly the most stop avocado toast thing. Is this like that Graham guy, but for Zoomers?
So this is a 3 paycheck month.
You should go on the show. I have what? Why would I go on the show of a guy who is not going to be able to give me any advice whatsoever? My finances are better than his. I promise you.
Why do you past due? It's on.
Wait, what? A little glimpse of what is going on here. Okay, give me the. I don't want these clips. I just want the actual video. Send me the OG video, please. Look at his thumbnails, bro. They're pretty brutal. Most childish couple I've ever had on the financial audit. This is an hour and 20 minutes long. She's batshit insane. Nasty woman. Delusional lady destroys life to hurt her ex. Financial audit's most toxic couple. Wait, is this guy, did this guy go from doing financial audits to doing like supercharged misogyny? What the hell? What? Pretty sure I saw a clip of this guy shitting on you owning a house. Wait, what? From a financial point of view? Wait, hold on. Please tell me that's the case. Caleb Hammer, HasanAbi. Oh my God, there's no way. No shot. He's a Destiny fan and an Elon fan. Oh, that's amazing. I see one anti-incel one. Yeah, he might not be just like a pure blooded incel. These might just be clickbait. Okay, all right. I can't watch a whole hour, so I'm just gonna watch these freaking clips now.
Why are you past due? It's 162, so that's your monthly? Yeah, 163 you said. Okay. Yeah. How? Why? You make money. You guys bring in $7,000 a month net. What is happening?
I didn't have the money to pay.
You make $7,000 a month net across the board. What are you talking about? And we're all combined. It's not even I didn't have enough money.
Yeah, I didn't have money in my debit account to
What,
pay.
your debit account? You mean checking account?
Yeah.
Listen,
Checking account.
$7,000 net. This is literally 2.3%.
This is a poop stock, and I'm banning you. Week off. I knew it was going to be a poop stock, and I clicked on it just to prove a point.
Of your net income. 2.3%. You couldn't make fucking payments?
Not at the time.
How?
I was waiting
Why?
for my
Where'd
next
the money
paycheck.
go?
It
Where
was
would the
like-
money go? Where would the money go? Where would the money go? You make $7,000 a month. How much was spent this last month, guys? How much was spent?
We make 7,000.
No,
Oh,
you make
was it-
7,000.
I'm going to say
I'll even be more
maybe-
generous because it was a triple paycheck month. You made 9,000 that last month. You normally make 7,000, but you made 9,000. So what did you spend, guys? What did you spend?
I would
What,
say
like
probably
10,000?
10,000. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. $21,000, guys. You open new debts.
So you may ask, why can't you afford $200 a month? Well, it's because they're spending 3x what they bring in a month on Disney and bad shopping habits. What?
Did buy a couple things in November. So in November, a couple days before we found out that Disney was dropping their annual passes.
Okay.
And when I was in nursing school,
come on.
When I was in nursing school, we said,
Okay, I don't hate this guy so far, unless this is like a made up story. This is insane. Like, there are a lot of people who are just like financially unimaginably irresponsible.
Talking about Disney right now? Yes. We're having a conversation about Mickey and his little mouse. What are we doing?
well, I told myself it would be my treat for like finishing nursing school.
You don't get treats if you're not paying your fucking bills. You haven't paid for nursing school yet. You owe on it still. Oh, okay, what?
So the passes were $2,000
For the both of us.
What?
For both of us.
For fucking what?
For the whole year. So now we can go
anytime
whenever we want.
To any park at any time.
Just to Disney, the Disneyland parks.
Which, wait, but that still doesn't make sense. You make it $7,000 a month. Passes are $2,000 a month, or passes are $2,000 a year. Wait, what? Okay, $2K flat. That's not that bad. I mean, it's still a scam if you're not really into Disney, but it seems like they are. But I don't understand. For most of the people he has on the show, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts with DoorDash. He's not bad. He's tough love and thumbnails are bait. He's addressed it before, I believe. Something about watching this, the millennial Dave Ramsey is worse than watching 30 minutes of Pusak. No, Dave Ramsey is far worse than this guy. I don't think this guy is anywhere near as bad as Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey is like also shown in schools from what I understand. So unless he's done something horrifying that I don't know of, like he's not.
Which one's that?
In California.
Oh, shitty one?
No, I think it's the better one.
The best one.
Isn't it much smaller?
It actually has the same amount of rides almost as the one in Florida.
But the one in Florida
How are you
has
guys
more.
getting there from Mesa?
Getting what? Getting
passes.
It's in LA, so it
Oh.
costs money to get there.
Yeah, we
drive.
We drive there.
Okay, well, so you're getting places to live. Does it cover the place to live when you're there?
Nope.
No, we just get a hotel.
So
Yeah, Disney is so expensive. They're both irresponsible, and this is where Caleb realizes it, realizing that what their debt situation is, knowing lesbian marriage statistics. Caleb asked them, why would you get married? Wait, what? Lesbian marriage statistics? How can society survive without millions of legions? What is this guy saying? Yeah, it is. Oh my God. They're driving from Mesa, Arizona to Disneyland. Yeah, they are incredibly irresponsible with their finances, and they should probably cut down on the, I don't know why people, what? 6'4"? That's crazy. Okay, dude, what am I in the NBA? Get out of here. I'm 5'11". How do you feel about that? We have to take Hasan off the market. Anyway, Hoflation, man. I got to do more relationship related content, I think. There's a lot of rudderless ships out there, you know what I mean? There's a lot of men who need this advice and help.
Girl, you're not gonna survive.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I really don't understand the purpose then. This doesn't make sense. You're not gonna survive in this world. Everyone has a boss.
Do you?
Yes, the audience.
Uh-huh.
I have a boss. The platform that I'm on, I have to follow the rules and regulations, or else no money.
Kind of like when I was pet sitting and making $2,000 a month, and I was my own boss.
Kind of. I mean, they're still your boss. The people hiring you and paying you. Yeah, they hire you, and they.
I think she's owning him in the marketplace of ideas right now. I'm not gonna lie. When he said like I have a boss, the audience, it's like, yeah, me too, dog. Not real. Okay, it's not a real situation. She's owning you big time right now.
I don't have to hire you again. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you.
There's a direct level of management that might be different, but they're still your boss. What the fuck?
Your boss versus your income is different. So your boss is who sets your schedule.
They do. They hire you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, listen, if people aren't willing to hire you based on the schedule you say on Rover, then they are still setting your schedule because they don't want to hire you based on your schedule.
That's not setting my schedule. Setting my schedule is
okay. Low key, the weird outfit wearing lady is not wrong. Like it's obvious what she's saying. What she's saying is like having more autonomy over her own schedule, like being self-employed. So I don't know why this is supposed to make like this is only, yeah, those are clients. Those are not bosses in that situation. Those are clients.
what days I'm available to do the
You
things.
can say going into a job interview, these are the days that I'm not able to do things, and they will still judge your hiring based on that. Just like someone on Rover is judging your.
Okay. He's I don't know why he's dying on this hill. Yeah, Kirsten Cinema is right. I can't believe I'm saying this. But at the end of the day, working as a contractor in that same vein is very different. I mean, you can still be a contractor and have a boss, by the way, but you know, you get a lot more freedom as someone who is self-employed rather than working for someone else as a wage laborer.
You're booking based on that.
That doesn't make them my boss, does it?
Okay, you're just viewing it in a slightly different way. Whatever, that's okay. And I think you want to view it on a very like corporate overlord versus like you are accountable to someone.
I am accountable to myself and my clients that I I make.
You're accountable to Subaru because you
That
owe
is
them
true.
money and you signed a contract.
Yeah, that was.
And you're like, I don't want to have a boss. Well, you said your therapist said you shouldn't have a.
That's not Kirsten Cinema. That's Stephanie from Full House circa 1994. He's very stupid, but you don't realize it until you see like 5 clips of him in a row because usually his guests are slightly more stupid. I mean, you just described the internet. That's like people say that about me too. don't think she's wrong for not wanting to have a boss. Like, you can be an independent contractor. You just have to make money. Like the problem here is not that she's self-employed. It's that she's not making money. I guess.
Hey guys, like 3 levels.
Hey,
-2.
I saw 5 people in a voice chat, and I thought, you know.
You thought wrong. We're in our league
You've only
era.
got like 2 days left to rank up too.
That was part of the reason why I was like.
Well, it's just like they're just so strong. They're just.
I would play if
they're
everyone was.
kind of big.
Okay,
they are
okay.
kinda big.
Saikuno, I have something to tell you, and I don't know if it's going to be interpreted positively or not. But have you watched Squid Game season 2?
Yeah. I've played these games before. Am I right?
Not the game. The just like Squid Game season 2. The main villain in it, like no spoiler
Looks
alerts,
like
because he was
me.
the main villain from. I feel like when you every time I see him, I'm like, that's what Saikuno's going to look like when he's older. I mean, he's a very handsome guy.
Yeah, wait,
so
no, I was thinking someone else told me the same thing. They were like
Wait, really?
I don't want to. Yeah, like player 001.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone else told me the same thing. They were like, you kind of look like that, and I was like, dude.
I think, yeah. I was thinking, like,
I'm just gonna YOLO alt this chicken nugget. Yeah, go on. Sorry, I was fighting this guy.
No,
to the death.
I'm worried because, like, you know, I thought you were gonna get mad.
Wait, is he like a
dragon?
Because he's a villain. But I mean, he's a
ugly?
handsome
I
guy.
thought
But
he
I'm
was,
saying,
like,
like,
a
when you get
good-looking
older,
guy.
I feel like
thought
you're
that
gonna
was a
look like that.
compliment. Oh, I can't wait to get older then.
Yeah, this guy.
Honestly,
he
he
has like
seemed
kind
pretty
of similar
nice. I don't
mannerisms too.
Oh my god, he's so
Wait.
low.
There
Is
are
he
a
a
lot of people
psychopathic
there.
killer? What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Who's the first person in the
What do you
first
mean by
episode?
He's
similar
like
manners?
quiet. Like he's like quietly
Oh.
confident, if that makes sense.
What?
You spoiled it.
It sounded all
Chat,
good. till
he's the
till
villain from season 1. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he was from season 1.
He's literally the villain in season 1.
Careful of spoilers. He was the villain in season 1 too.
Yeah.
It's like
this is not like
I mean,
a spoiler.
It's not some new thing.
Yeah.
He's been known.
I didn't finish
He's
season
a
1.
known guy as the villain.
Anyway, I'm gonna clear comms now. You guys get excited.
Oh, yeah,
get,
no,
you know,
you're good.
keep
Good.
going.
Thanks.
Let me know if you guys want to play. Let me know if you want to play Marvel Rivals.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, there's only 2 days to rank up. Oh,
Who was that? Who's
that's Ray, I think.
Who's that? That
We're
said?
playing League.
Oh, okay.
League of Legends.
Welcome, Mascara.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's
Bye,
gonna
guys.
get clapped again.
Good luck.
Alright,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was my attempt to play video games in the year 2025. Sounds like it's time to learn League. No. Oh, also, yeah.
Now for something.
I saw this. He's just Luffy. Like even down to his ult. It's crazy that this is just Luffy.
Truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor.
Yeah, his he can deflect damage. He can deflect damage back.
Let me return the favor.
His right click is grabbing people, and you can grab up to 2 and then make them kiss. He's got a decent range. He plays as a DPS, even though he has like some Vanguard capabilities, it seems. He can also put he can throw back projectiles. He also can put a shield, or he can shield in front of people, I think.
I'm as strong as Ben.
And then this is his ult. It's coming. Yeah, his ult is gear 5, and then he just goes fantastic and starts pummeling.
A rousing success.
The kiss. It's true. Have you seen Sue? No, she's invisible. I can't see her. Why his alt look like HasanAbi though? Bro, chill. Can you cosplay this? I mean, I'm trying to do a cosplay before we go to Japan for Marvel Rivals, but it's so, all the characters are so sick. I don't know who to like actually cosplay as. But I hit up Emeru for me and Will to do cosplay. We could potentially do Mr. Fantastic. I don't know.
Bit crazy.
Let me return the favor.
Bro, he's so silly.
Yo, someone said Hassan when he looked like that. That's crazy, chat. Come on.
That's messed up. That's messed up. Hassan mode. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up. Hostwit debating this. Will, Cutie, Hassan, Austin. I love that this is Austin. He will hate that. Squeaks has some Marvel Rivals. Emma and Will on Miss Fantastic. Wait, I don't hear anything.
I like how her shit bounces. Wait, I
I'm
mean, like,
sorry. What? Oh, her attack! Her attack!
Oh my god.
Her attack!
I like how her shit bounces. I was thinking, me too. Me too.
No, they bounce. Look. Oh my god. Yeah,
There's a lot of dev work that went into that, actually.
They damage and heal.
That's crazy. Yeah, her attack bounces.
Wait, devs, I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Oh yeah, this is a sponsor stream, isn't it? Like, oh no. Oh no. Found your Mr. Fantastic cosplay? Sue Alt? Yeah, God damn, dude. Stop. But like also don't stop. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually. Sheesh! Bro, I can't tell you the color of nothing, okay? I think there's cats on the screen. I'm not even sure. I'm just like, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Disappear! Like, you could ask me what Dr. Sue's skill set is. I will never be able to tell you. I have no idea. I do not know what her skills are. I cannot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please get a pickup truck like this for your next whip. Oh, the Palestinian one? Yeah. Did you see they're introducing a new rank in Rivals, and to adjust it, they are demoting everyone by 7 ranks. Diamond 3 players are going to be demoted to Silver 1. So far, for you in Gold 3, you're going to get demoted to Bronze 3. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. That's why I wanted to get up. but nobody wants to carry me, dude. And I can't play freaking solo queues because I'll get absolutely destroyed. You know? Make an alt? Wait, what? Why would I make an alt? My account is gold 3. There's no reason for me to make an alt. Do your predictions? I already did my predictions. This is like the prediction meme has turned into the gaming meme, okay? People that like constantly chirp about me not gaming while I'm in the process of gaming. You know what I mean? I did. I did the predictions already. You missed it. Please play Balatro. I've never played Balatro. And I also don't know how to play poker. So I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn Balatro. I heard it's 18 plus on Peggy because it teaches children the dangers of poker. Whereas loot boxes, on the other hand, on FIFA are good for 3 years and up, you know? It's not supposed to be 18 plus? Yeah, excuse me. I care about what the European rules around that sort of thing are, okay? Chat telling you to play Balatro is crazy. Hey, why don't you try smoking crack on stream? Dude, I kind of want to try it though. It did get so many rewards, and also on top of that, you know what? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to get Balatro. I'm looking into it. I'm looking into the Balatro. Balatro sweep. Balatro bottom left while you do news tomorrow. It's that addicting. Hold on. I think I've used my making me relog onto my PayPal because best pooping game of all time. Brother, you're going to develop a hernia if you poop for the length of a Balatro game. Bro is buying Balatro but not installing League of Legends. Yes, dude. I said I want to find a new addicting game, not ruin my life in its entirety and become a worse human being overall. Like there's levels to this. It's like I'm over here being like, yeah, I'll smoke a little crack, and you're like, no, you have to do meth. Okay? You're like, you have to mainline fentanyl. Like immediately. Not even crack. I'm like, yeah, I'll do a little bit of coke. And you're like, oh, you're going to do coke? Here's some fentanyl. You should just, you should mainline it immediately. All right, hold on. What is my, hold on. Okay. Maximum pulse. Hey, yo, play the Butts game. We just looked at that. What's up with that? Yeah, I will. But I'm downloading Balatro as well. Oh my God, the download completed. That was the quickest download of all time. I feel like crack should be a little bit more inaccessible. You know what I'm saying? Like, What is this Balatro business? See, it's not even loading. What? Why isn't it showing up on screen? Okay. Wait, what is happening? When I click into the game, it won't show up on screen. When I click out of the game, it shows up on screen. But when I click into the game, it doesn't show up on screen. What's that about? The music is jamming. Wait. Full screen? God looking out for you, bro. Uh-oh. What just happened? Oh, it bricked everything. What the frick? Why is Balatro breaking my computer? OBS settings for game capture. What are they? Are you capturing Windows 11 style? Bro, I have a 4090. What the hell is going on? Balatro. All my screens went black. Do I need a 5090 for the Balatro? Why is it like this? Balatro is making me drop frames, dude. Oh, wait, it's working now. Oh, nope, it's gone again. What the hell? This is so weird, dude. Like, it literally, it just straight up doesn't show the game. Okay, I can't play it. Is the game just... It just saved my life. Turn off the CRT and shaders. Turn off the game, restart it. Don't alt tab until it's fully loaded. No, it's not showing anything. It's just like not showing the game. Unless I click away from the game. Update your drivers? The fuck do you mean update your drivers, bro? This game is literally a 2D game. Alt enter to cycle full screen when the game is active. PC just got to adjust to the font. What is happening, actually? Look, I'm clicked away from the game right now. But when I click into the game, it just goes dark on the OBS. And alt enter doesn't work. This is borderless right now. They have an AMD just installed. This is happening to me too. The thing is, I deleted the folder. It still wasn't working. What is this? I do have AMD and check for driver updates. I don't know where to find this file that people suggested to delete. Stream elements kind of burn into the black screen. I saw others posting. Update. The solution just apparently is to download manually from the AMD website new drivers. I found a link. I think it just doesn't want me to play the game, chat. Like, low key. Wait, let me see. What the hell is going on, bro? What the hell is going on? Bro, this game does not want me to... It went back to full screen mode. Oh no, it is on full screen. But it like auto forces the game to be... I try to go to 1080 and it auto forces the game to be like maximum. 3840 by 2160. It's not working. I have to wait, maybe this way? Oh my God, if I do windowed mode, it works. I have to play it on freaking windowed mode. Like a goddamn dweeb, dude. What the hell is windowed mode? It's related to HDR settings. Make sure OBS is streaming Bellatrix is game capture and not a window capture. It's not. It's just monitor capture. I don't know what's happening. All right. I live for another day, okay? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello,
William.
Hasan. How you doing, bud?
What is Cobblemon, dude?
It's like Pokemon mixed with Minecraft.
Uh-huh. Is
I've
that
been having a blast with it.
okay? Well, I wanted to see if I could, seeing that there is a 7-level de-leveling process for the new season, I thought I could play a little bit of Marvel Revels, but I feel like you already did a whole day of it with the new characters.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my Pokemon voice. Yes, I played a lot of it.
Yeah. So if you're all marveled out, I think I'm gonna solo queue. See where that takes me. It doesn't matter.
Bro.
I'm gonna be bronze no matter what. So I might as well be bronze before the season ends.
No, bro, don't listen. I've seen real improvement.
That's not true. I've literally gotten worse.
You're too hard on yourself. I think you're a Thor anyway.
You keep pushing this Thor narrative on me. I feel like it's way harder to play.
Trust me, once you get that pop-off feeling, you're gonna be like, damn.
I have gotten that pop-off feeling. It's the best feeling in the world. But you know what the worst feeling in the world is? When you lose that pop-off feeling and you just get popped on. From pop-off to getting popped on is the worst. But anyway, all right. I won't keep you from playing Cobblemon. Also, I'm setting up a cosplay for Yumi and Emeru.
Awesome. Sounds good. If you change your mind, though, Cobblemon's here.
All right. We'll do.
I know the guy who set it up, so, you know, maybe be able to pull some strings for you.
Thank you. All right. Good luck, brother.
All right.
Nesua said he wants to carry me. Your mental needs work. L's are inevitable. Nesua, you want to play? We can duo queue if need be. Damn, my entire feed is filled to the brim with people that are afraid of. Yeah, add me. What's your username? Chat, he's gaming. Stop asking him to game something else. Yeah. What is this? Bro, what the hell is this?
Yo.
Bro, this is the last photo. This is the last image you sent me, dude.
What was it? Oh, that? Yeah, that was
Yeah,
that was
bro.
when I was watching you play.
Chat, let me tell you, okay, this is what happens when you're jealous of someone's bicep sizes, so you have to undermine them by, you know, using AI
That's not it.
ageification techniques.
I screen grabbed that from the stream.
All right. What's your
You gonna add
username?
me,
Write it
big
in the
dog?
chat.
Hold on.
Write it in the Discord so I can add you.
It's Nestle, brother.
Oh, it's just Neswa?
Yeah.
All right. Damn, you're already past me. Of course. What do you play? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Magneto?
I play some tank.
Wait, what are you? You're
You're
plat 2? Can we even play?
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, no, we can't. You're plat 2. You need a.
Ooh.
God damn it. I'm gold 3. I need to be gold 2 in order to be able to.
Dude, I've only been playing for 2 days, and I gotta make an alt account for you.
Well, you can't. Then we can't play. We can just play not competitive. It's fine.
All right.
Literally, this is my fault. Like every single.
I know. It is your fault.
You don't main one guy in this game, man. Bro, you know what? I'm just gonna start banning dipshits in the chat. I don't know why. Like I click on this fucking. You know what? I'm not even gonna play. Actually, fuck it. I'm done. I'm done for today. I click on gaming and immediately just the toxicity is fucking through the roof, dude. You know, fuck it.
You ruined everything.
No, you didn't ruin anything. I'm just gonna play offline. I don't feel like playing online.
All right, word. Do it.
All right. I'll be. Hold on 1 second. Let me end my stream. I'll be back in a second. All right, everybody. That's all for tonight. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow, as always. Same time, same place. Okay. That's it. Maybe we'll dive into Balatro tomorrow. Okay. Peace, everybody. From your favorite political commentator, not gamer.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years glass of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all.